right. Good evening, and welcome to the Wednesday, June 7th, 2023 Select Board meeting. If you would like to rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. Before we jump into to public comment, there had been. I wanted to turn it over to the town administrator for an update on Kings Beach and the work that's being done there.
Sure. Thank you, David. Over the last year, we really have advanced some of the most significant collaboration with key stakeholders, most importantly and most critically with Lynn Water and Sewer and the City of Lynn. As the board knows, last January, I hosted Congressman Seth Moulton at Town Hall, along with newly elected Mayor Jared Nicholson and the town's entire legislative delegation and all of the City of Lynn's legislative delegation. We started to really pull together a broader conversation around why Kings Beach has been at a race to the bottom. I have spent all of my tenure in Swampscott focused on looking at ways that we can come up with strategies that would help us identify the technical feasibility of addressing the bacteria in the water. This board has had numerous meetings over the last year publicly to talk about all of the environmental impacts of our failed drainage and sewer systems, both in Swampscott and in Lynn. We live in an ancient area of the country. We are one of the first areas in the country that was sewered. We have worked in Swampscott, and we have spent millions and millions of dollars, most recently over $6 million under an EPA consent decree to start to sleeve our clay pipes. We have miles and miles of clay pipes. Our drainage system leads out to the Atlantic Ocean, and we are going to spend decades doing this. We have many, many obligations, just like any city or town. We're addressing mental health issues. We're addressing educational issues. We're addressing quality of life issues, open space issues. And we need our federal partners and our state partners to protect the waters of the United States and to help us fund a project that we've identified through some of the best scientific engineering that we could pay for. This past year, we've hired Kleinfelder, one of the best engineering companies in the world, and certainly in the United States, to look at the most reasonable and practical way to address bacteria that leaches out of our sewerage pipes into our drainage pipes that winds up on Kings Beach after, in fact, I'm not even going to say after, all the time. After major storm events, you'll have so much bacteria that it is one of the worst beaches in the Commonwealth, and that's not good enough. We've looked at Tinian Beach, we've looked at other beaches that have received millions and millions of dollars worth of state and federal investment, and we demand that we receive the same. The region deserves this. It's not just about Swampscott, it's about environmental justice, it's about population. Swampscott has an environmental justice community. We have individuals that need to use that resource during hot and humid and difficult weather days, and we have been advocating for an investment in a technology that will irradiate the bacteria before it gets to the beach. I'm concerned, as I've shared with the board, that there are all sorts of other contaminants that hit the near shore. I've shared publicly that I think a pipe that goes out would be better. I don't want my children or your children or any children putting their feet in water that may have forever chemicals or other things that, continue to create concern. We've got to start incrementally. And what I've shared with our stakeholders, and at a meeting last week with Secretary Tepper, our new Secretary of the Department of Environmental Affairs, who oversees all of the environmental agencies in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, is that we just need a partner in the executive branch of our state government. I'm very pleased with the work of Congressman Moulton, the advocacy that he has brought. I do expect that, if there are Water Resources Act in Congress or other federal legislation, that the town and the city and this region, that includes the Department of Conservation, Recreational Regional Resource Area, that is one of the most extraordinary linear parks that we have in the Commonwealth, all receive priority when it comes to funding in federal legislative agendas. This is a state delegation that we should have a priority voice for. Mayor Nicholson has done an extraordinary job pulling us all together. He is the mayor of the largest city on the North Shore, and he has really followed Mayor McGee's leadership to really bring his voice and advocacy to help us find a solution for the bacteria. And it's my hope that after the meeting last week, we sent Secretary Tepper all of the design reports that we've put together. We have a 120-page feasibility study that shows that a ultraviolet radiation treatment of this drainage water will kill the bacteria and will help, at least from a water quality level, ensure that the bacteria will not pose a public health threat to our citizens. This proposed feasibility needs about a $20 to $25 million investment. When we look at the city of Lynn and the town of Swampscott and all the additional work that we have to do, we need the state and federal government to help us fund this. They've given us $5 million last year just through the extraordinary work of Senator Crichton, and then State Rep Lori Ehrlich, and now Representative Armini. They are absolutely an all-star team, and they are working every day to try to help us address these issues.
So can I ask,
Yep.
can we just kind of jump, so when's the next critical check in place for us? Because I think that it's you have taken the bull by the horn, which I'm grateful for, and with the others you've mentioned, but kind of help us understand kind of the next critical dates.
Sure.
And
So I think the next critical check-in date for the select board from a policy perspective is sometime probably mid-July or early August, where after Secretary Tepper has a chance to really look at our feasibility report and we get a sense of where the state is really going to help partner with us in terms of the financial footings. We have to move from a feasibility to a preliminary design for a treatment plant. We have to look at site location and site selection. So there's a public process for both of these design levels. And so I think we could come back and really outline a scope of work and a timeline for both of those critical design developments, and also have a conversation about funding. It's our hope that after the meeting last week with Secretary Tepper, that we'd have a follow-up meeting sometime over the next few weeks, and then we can sit back down with the group of stakeholders and really outline that next level of effort or next scope of work.
the only thing I would say is I'm encouraged to see DCR in its, I don't want to say media, but in some of their publications is actually acknowledging their role in solving this problem as well. So I've seen some publications recently where DCR is talking about working with Lynn, with Swampscott together, with the state to solve it. So I felt like there was a bit of a change of dialogue there, which I think is a good sign and healthy for us.
I'd be remiss just not to mention Save the Harbor, Save the Bay. We have had
Yep.
some extraordinary advocacy from nonprofit groups. Certainly want to recognize a number of our citizens in Swampscott, but also the citizens in Lynn and folks that have been for decades expecting that their resource area is as well supported as any other in the Commonwealth. So
I have two questions. One question is, so are you saying in July we would be having an updated meeting and there would be a public meeting? My concern is people have the opportunity, because this is resident comment, so, we don't have the opportunity to answer resident comment the way it's set up. So I'd just like to see a public meeting so that people do have questions or they do want an update or express their opinions, that there is a resident comment. So I'm saying, would that be July? Is that what we're talking about?
I don't think we have to wait till July. I mean, I've been invited to speak to the Lynn City Council. I would show up,
I know, but I'm sorry, I don't, it's more about I think she's asking literally.
I'm asking a question, July?
Just say, yes, so you've done plenty up to now. The question is, can we have a community meeting?
Absolutely,
And
absolutely.
when do you think we can do
David?
it?
July?
Yeah, July would be. I
So
think it would-
my next question is, I'd like to get some type of an update on source elimination, because that's a call that I've received a few times, and I really can't answer it. I'm not sure if
Sure.
So if we can just
Where we are with
update it, so Kleinfelder's presentation updated to say they were at the end of phase B. I'm making up because I don't remember what it is.
C.
This is what they did, now they're in C. This is what they're doing to give us that update, you mean?
I want that update, but I know our finances, and I don't see anything in our budgets addressing source elimination. So unless I missed it, which I doubt, I just want to know where we're at and what our plan is.
Sure, I'm happy to give a brief update, but we can come back in July and we can get into a much more granular level.
I'm good with July.
I've mentioned, we've completed the first, phase of the EPA administrative consent order. We are under, the Clean Water Act. We're an MS4 regulated community, so we always have to stay up on source elimination. This is just a ongoing regulatory requirement of the EPA administrative order that we have to comply with. We've spent $6 million. We have had a great deal of efficacy with how we have been able to protect a small area of Swampscott, but there's going to be a lot more work that needs to happen. And yes, there will be additional capital plans and additional work that we'll need to do.
So we authorized the last $2 million 2 years ago. We've been doing it in 2-year cycles. So if you can just maybe come back and tell us.
Was it 2
how
or
much-
3 years ago?
I think it was 2, Mary Ellen, but it may be 3. If you can just come back to say what's been expended, what's still remaining outstanding to be expended, and when you believe the next tranche, because it wasn't in this year, so when the next tranche is coming and what the future tranches for the aggregate amount are, which we had projections. I just think as though we're not off schedule, we just haven't been talking about that, so we're
Yeah.
just not as up to
Sure.
date, if you will, on that.
Happy to
spending.
schedule an update for the board.
And can our consultant also be here as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else from the board?
Do you mind if we do the Pride Proclamation before public comment as well?
Sure.
There's no objection from others.
Happy to. Happy to.
I'll read it.
So,
Or am
I don't know.
what's that?
I volunteered to read it.
Okay, well, you might be reading it.
Katie, if you would like to read the
Love
Pride
to.
Proclamation, go right ahead.
Whereas our nation and our community were founded on the principles of equal rights for all Americans, and whereas Swampscott is committed to being an inclusive community and welcoming of all people regardless of their sexual orientation and gender identity, and recognizes that we are a diverse community enriched by this diversity, including those that are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning. And whereas the town of Swampscott supports the rights of every citizen to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. And whereas the movement towards equal rights from lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender LGBT people took a historic turning point on June 28, 1969 in New York City with the onset of the Stonewall riots. And whereas we will never forget that 21-year-old Matthew Shepard, a college freshman at the University of Wyoming, was brutally attacked in an act of homophobic violence in 1998, where he was abducted, bound, robbed, and pistol whipped by 2 local men before being left for dead after being tied to a fence in a field outside of town in freezing weather for 18 hours. And whereas violence against the LGBTQ+ community continues to be a critical issue in the United States, with violence towards transgender and gender nonconforming people facing intensely concerning trends. And whereas while there has been remarkable progress towards acceptance and equality in recent years, members of the LGBTQ+ community in the United States and around the world still face an unacceptable level of discrimination and violence. This includes LGBTQ+ people who are not safe at home and those who do not have a home in which to stay. And whereas we must push back against those who threaten the safety of LGBTQ+ residents and challenge our progress, we must continue to make the case that all human beings share something fundamental in common. All of us want to be loved, and all of us want to love. And whereas Swampscott celebrates its diverse LGBTQ+ community and its commitment to ensuring equality for all our residents, employees, and visitors. And whereas the people of Swampscott's LGBTQ+ community are a vital part of all fields and professions and contribute to a strong and welcoming Swampscott. And whereas we have improved attitudes of society by encouraging inclusiveness throughout our community and celebrating Pride Month, and now therefore, by virtue of the authority vested in the town administrator and each of the below select board members in the town of Swampscott, we hereby proclaim the month of June as Pride Month in the town of Swampscott, Massachusetts, and encourage all faith-based and nonprofit organizations, residents, businesses, and public institutions to acknowledge, honor, and it's cut off at the top, and value and celebrate LGBTQ+ people and encourage everyone to treat others with mutual respect and understanding. And witness thereof, signed by the entire select board.
Thank you, Katie. Yeah, there was an incredible event last Saturday. There were hundreds of people that stood out in the rain, joined in a road race from Town Hall lawn through town and back. Had speakers, raised a flag, and really just brought the community together. So I thought that was an incredible event, and I'm looking forward to future events that are bigger and with maybe slightly better weather next time. Fingers crossed.
If I can say a couple things, I'd appreciate that. I think it is Saturday's weather couldn't have been windier, wetter, grayer, miserabler, but the people that showed up really made it sunny, and I think it's really the things that happened that day are things that I think I want to share for those that the weather didn't allow video to retain the memory forever, despite the incredible efforts by our videographers. So I think it's important to share some of the things that happened there because, especially in the context of today's reality, yes, we have collectively as a community made strides to make things better, but the reality is things are going backwards. And I think what happened on Town Hall lawn was evidence of humanity that seems to be lost in so many other places. We had a neighbor to you, me, a trans male. His kids are in our elementary schools. His wife works in the community. Come and share his story, their story, with us. And started by saying, I'm here because I feel safe in Swampscott. And to have an individual so openly share their experience, an experience which I'm thinking beyond maybe immediate neighbors, people in the classroom didn't know, people down the street didn't know this experience, this background. And to have the willingness and the bravery to do that and to share it, to me is incredibly notable. It's notable because thanks to the town, thanks to the residents, to our town administrator in particular, and staff, you have laid the groundwork in recent years to make this a place which is safe and feels safe and is outwardly safe and is communicating we're safe. We're wearing buttons. We've asked or required public safety officials and whatnot to wear things that say, "You are safe with me." And that is really important thing. We had a drag queen, queer drag queen, dancing on Town Hall lawn, something that in other states is a felony. We had a town administrator sit there and have a discussion, open conversation with a drag queen, a queer drag queen, about the deplorable state of discussions regarding gender, sexuality, and frankly, just human rights. And not just having it privately, loudly on Town Hall lawn to have this conversation and to share their disgust, their concern, their outrage, their fears about it, and to have these events happen and have a town administrator that's so comfortable in having these conversations. I'm grateful for you, Sean. It's not just words. You demonstrate it. Your kids were there. I love the fact that one of your kids literally said, "Dad, can I get a picture with Madam Zapple?"
Right.
The drag queen's name is Madam Zapple, and his son comes up and said, "Dad, can I get a picture with Madam Zapple?" And he couldn't have been happier, and Madam Zapple couldn't have been happier. It was glorious. I mean, it was, despite the rain and despite being cold and all those things, you just didn't notice it. And it was actually glorious to just see that on our town hall lawn. And you know, their humanity is not debatable, right? Their rights are not debatable. And the fact that there are parts in our country that think they're debatable is just wretched to me. And I'm grateful that we're in a community here. I would challenge all of us to not sit in the comfort, though, of living in a safe community, in a community that's embraced this, but say, how do we leave our comfort to advance the dialogue in a more productive way beyond our borders? Because it may not be needed as much in our borders right now, but it is needed. I'm at a loss to understand why busloads, we hear about busloads of migrants being shipped places. Why aren't busloads of us going to Florida or going to Tennessee or doing things to the cause? Because there is no human rights for one if there's not human rights for all. And so I'm just eternally grateful, Sean, for you and the staff. The staff does such a great job. The rec department, Pete Kane, Marzi, Danielle, just do a great job. But Diane, but led by you, and it's unmistakable. It's unmistakable of how it's unmistakable about your role in this. And so I wanted to share those events for those that weren't able to be there. I'm proud of that event, and I'm proud of you, and I'm proud of Swampscott for being safe, and I hope that we all can think about what we can do to help others in other places feel the safety that they feel here in Swampscott.
I appreciate that, Peter. You know, it was wonderful, and Madam Zapple, you know, it was such a bright light. I talked to my boys after the event, and they were so thrilled to just know that, you know, there was such an all-star celebrity that would grace our community. And for us to see that humanity, I think what's most important is that, you know, we recognize that, you know, for generations, decades in our lives, but for millennia, you know, we've been taught something different, and we've been taught to be inhumane and to be biased and mean-spirited, and we're seeing more vitriol, more hate right now than, frankly, we've seen in quite a few decades, and we've got to face that with love and care and concern, and we've got to face it even if we're uncomfortable about it. We've got to continue to have these conversations. These pins, they simply say, "You're safe with me." I'd love to get, we're going to order more, and we're going to get them out, and we want everybody in town to really just recognize we all have a responsibility to be better. So I'm proud of Swampscott. I will tell you, I could look around and I couldn't find a better community, because I think these are our values. It's not a town administrator. It's not a town government. This is a town that really is wonderful. And, you know, we're just going to keep doing what we do and ensuring that everybody can feel like this is the best place to call home that we can find.
Thank you, Sean. Yeah, everyone had a smile on their face, and it was a great event, and I look forward to more in the future. So
That sounds great.
thank you for making that happen. All right, we'll move on to public comment. Yes. Oh, sorry, sorry, Andrea. Yeah, yep, right there. Just please give us your name, your address, and your voting precinct if known.
You guys hear me?
Sure.
Joe?
My name's Andrea.
All right, 1 second. Joe, is the microphone on?
Yeah, it just doesn't amplify.
Okay.
Maybe it's off. Maybe it's actually on.
And then
Lies.
that's a no.
Lies.
No worries.
Uh-oh.
I talk about. Does it only work on that screen if I?
It has to pipe out to local origination, so people at home need to be able to hear you.
Okay, no worries. So I should talk really loud then?
Once the mic
Just wait
gets
1
on, you
second.
can, yeah.
It'll be fine.
Thank you. All right, how about now? Good? Okay, cool. My name is Andrea. I live at 15 Sheridan Road in Swampscott, Precinct 4. And this is obviously my first time doing this and being at this, so appreciate you guys being here. And I sincerely, sincerely appreciate you acknowledging that. I'm sure there was a bug put in your ear. I run a 632-person Facebook group called Save Kings Beach, and we are very concerned with making sure that people's feet stay on the gas pedal in terms of this issue. And I really appreciate you starting with that. I'll keep things really brief. I just wanted to sort of speak on behalf of the group because every couple of months we get together and we try to pool the information and figure out what's going on. And I think that that's a problem because we can't figure out like all of the bits and pieces, and we totally acknowledge that it's a very complex problem that involves a lot of stakeholders and a significant amount of money. But I think if I were to boil it down to like a couple of key concerns that I think we have, the first is that there is not enough transparency about this problem to the public. I did not know until I moved here after going to Kings Beach many times, having my son play in the beach, eat the sand, that there was a problem at Stacy's Brook, and that is a problem. It has been solved, air quotes, by one sign at one of the locations, but it's not enough, and there needs to be more public awareness, not just with signs that a lot of people are just generally going to overlook, but I think more of a public acknowledgement that there is a problem beyond, people who are reading things like the patch. Because I think that people don't understand the severity of the issue, and it's taken a group of us many, many, many hours to dig into exactly how severe it is, including the, sewage, which I have some stats on here, but basically, and these are old, but 92% of days are unsafe at Stacy's Brook, and that's a big problem because that's where I see kids play, and that's the fact that that's happening and no one is stopping them is a problem. And it's one that I really, really, really want everybody, all of the stakeholders to take more seriously. I know it's not just you guys. I think also, to all of y'all's point tonight, transparency about the progress. We really want to know what's happening. We're getting so close to actually having this decades-old problem, have a real solution. And we're here to help you guys get there. There's a lot of us who are happy to step up to the plate, but we can't unless we know what's happening and what you guys need. And then I think also, we're getting a little bit fatigued at hearing that we don't have $20 million, right? I mean, the town would have that money over time. Obviously, it's also the financial responsibility is shared with Lynn. So I think rather than hearing like, we don't have that and we need to look elsewhere, I think I would rather have a sense of responsibility of here's what we can contribute and what we need to ask for the state. And then again, I can help you work on whatever that is. I'm meeting with Jenny Armini tomorrow. Like, we are buckled in. We're ready to get this done and collaborate to see this through once and for all. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Andrea.
I printed off some graphics for you guys. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go home with my baby now.
Any additional public comment?
Mary DeChola
Does he? Okay.
is back there.
All right, do we have,
Thank you. There's one more.
hello.
Hi. Mara Lau, Outlook Road, Precinct 3, town meeting member. So a few things. I am probably going to exceed my 3 minutes, but I guess I just want to start out by saying it was interesting the way the meeting began in terms of being able to speak up. So this is me speaking up. I'm coming to express my concerns for town meeting, how difficult I found it to be recognized when I wanted to speak on Article 12 and 19. And yes, I did not use the proper term in terms of saying point of personal privilege, so I've certainly learned that. It never dawned on me that it would be so difficult to actually be heard. So with my bright orange jacket on and everything. So it was pretty disappointing. So by the time I did get to speak, frankly, I was quite rattled. So I was going to just blow this off and say, doesn't matter, what's done is done. But that just didn't feel right. So about a year ago, when my now 22-year-old, then 21-year-old I picked him up from the end of the year college, and driving home, his head was on fire about the leak from the Supreme Court and how are these old people making decisions for young people, and I'm not going to ever vote again, and all of these things. So as a parent of 4 children, I have been very vocal with all of them about how important it is to speak up. So that brings me here tonight. So yes, I am going to go back and say some of the things that I felt were important that needed to have been said on the night of town meeting. And I do have some points at the end that I will say need to be revisited in terms of people being heard. So I will say I'm a parent of Hadley, and I was there for 17 years. I have 2 graduates, and I have a high schooler and a middle schooler. And to say that I have a special affinity for Hadley is probably an understatement. I am an early ed person, and I'm an elementary ed person, and I think families send their kids to school, and kindergarten is a special place. So the spirit of that building, the location of that building is all just incredibly important, and I think for the community. And I think it's really unfortunate that the process that happened during COVID, I think it happened in terms of the meetings for the reuse committee as well as it could possibly have happened. But I think that the post work was not complete. We got too quickly to the decision that was made here at the select board about using it as a boutique hotel. I can't exactly say that a boutique hotel, holds the spirit of a community location of which it is, and I find that quite disappointing. I think also, too, to keep in mind that we are using our buildings as tremendous as public space. We come to, our kids come to know our municipal government before anything else. And I think that the way that it was, there wasn't enough public conversations about it. And I think that that's unfortunate. I think that it needed to be paused more. excuse me, my mouth's getting dry. It needed to have been paused more so that it could be vetted a little bit more thoroughly, and that just didn't happen, and that's regretful. So what I would recommend or hope moving forward is that there's some consistency in how you as a community, disseminate information about public events and also about how these boards are chosen, how it's communicated to town meeting members, how it's communicated to citizens. Other boards have been created, and frankly, they've all come together in different ways, and that's certainly not equity. And it certainly doesn't send a very good message about making sure that everybody's opinion is heard. So I think that's kind of the crux of it. And I think it's very disappointing that Article 12 passed, because it should go back to town meeting members. We spent $7 million across the street, which I was firmly in the yes category for. And the thinking is that there should have been, at the first meeting for Hawthorne, there was much more conversation about how Hadley would pull in, and then that just didn't happen at the second one, because the deal had been sealed. I just think it's far too important of a decision to be made by just this board, and it's disheartening, and I'm going to continue to speak out about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lau. Seeing no additional public comment, we will be moving on. We will be moving on to our 6:30 joint meeting with the Earth Removal Advisory Committee and the public hearing regarding the Aggregate Industries Northeast Region Annual Earth Removal Permit. So, Mr. Markarian, will you call your meeting to order?
The historic is next.
Oh, thanks.
The problem is we have a 6:30, but we have a 6:30 it's a public hearing, so we have to do public hearing.
Yeah. We gotta do the public
They
hearing.
gotta wait.
Yeah.
We ran a little late.
Yeah. 1 second. Sorry, I saw the 6:30.
They can wait.
Sure.
Sure.
Joe?
Thank you. Good to go?
The floor is yours.
My name is Joe Markarian. I am Chair of the Earth Removal Advisory Committee. Here with me tonight are our members, John Picarello, sorry, John.
There's an O there.
Tony Vanderwitz, Gary Barden, and Ted Dooley might be listening in. I don't know.
He's on.
He's on.
Oh, he is, okay, he's here. And, I regard Marcy Galaska as really part of our team as well. She provides a valuable service to us. I'd like to say just a couple of things about the committee. The permit that you have before you is not one that we just rubber stamp.
Wait, time out. We didn't open the public hearing.
We haven't, so we should take a vote to open it.
Yep. Do I have a motion to open the public
So
hearing?
moved.
Second.
All right, all in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Thanks.
Okay.
Continue.
Go ahead.
The permit you have before you is not one that we roll over from year to year. It's something that we give thoughtful consideration to, and in fact, the permit strikes me as something that's an evolving document, one that is going to grow and change as circumstances change as well. And a lot of thoughtful consideration, discussion goes into the issues that are not only that originate with the committee, but are brought to us by the aggregate people. I'm going to continue saying aggregate because it's easy, but the owner is now Wholesome, NER as of I don't know when, but at some point, we'll make the language change.
Whole ground, not wholesome.
Wholesome, right? Yeah.
Wholesome.
So we've gone through that process. I'm also going to say that every ERAC committee meeting that I've attended has included representatives from Aggregate sitting in with us. And I have found these folks, mostly these folks, to be very knowledgeable. I found them to be receptive to our comments and our complaints. I think that they have been candid in their responses to the degree that their attorney Rosenberg allows them to respond, and we have a good working relationship with them, which I think is, from the committee's point of view, is important to maintain, because the quarry and the town are going to be dancing with each other for an awfully long time, and we want to have a good relationship with them. That being said, as I mentioned, you have in front of you, or was in your package, a permit in full that this committee has recommended. You had also received a memorandum that highlighted and summarized the changes that exist in the new permit recommendation compared to the current permit that Aggregate is operating under. There's nothing, I don't think there's anything major there, but I'm willing to go through it to the degree you'd like. I will say that there are provisions of the permit that include topics that overlap with the litigation that's currently pending between Aggregate and the town. We have made no changes to those provisions. We've carried over those provisions from the prior permit. That is even though we believe that the settlement recommendation that Aggregate put forward and their recommendations for changes to those blasting parameters are changes that we are receptive to discussing. But we felt that that was more appropriately done. If changes occur, it's more appropriately done in a settlement meeting situation than through the permit process. So we've made no changes there. As far as the process goes, they did present a settlement recommendation. David and I have spoken, and I agree with him that internal meetings should take place to determine the town's position on that document, and that a written response be generated to Aggregate, and whatever actions take place after that can be determined at that point. And this permit, the new permit, takes effect on July 1st. It would be practical to get as much done as we could before that time. So you have the permit, you have the summary. I'm happy to answer questions. If I can't answer a question, rather than make something up, I'm going to ask one of our members to respond to it. And also, if any of our members have a comment, if they raise their hand for a comment, I hope they'll be recognized.
Sure.
So,
I have a question to your reference to settlement negotiations or settlement. You're referring to the settlement that we have pending. The lawsuit that we have pending. Is that the settlement you're?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Could you just say what the settlement is in reference to? It's in reference to the lawsuit, correct? And not.
Yes, in
Any
reference
other-
to lawsuit, and there's a handful of issues that, as I mentioned, cross over from the permit and are into the litigation.
Okay.
And they relate primarily to blasting parameters, blasting restrictions that are currently in place.
I just want to be clear on what you meant by what you meant by settlement.
Can I ask a follow-up to that, though? I want to be perfectly clear for people that are listening here. There is no settlement to that litigation. That litigation is ongoing. I just want to be clear that if someone's now hearing the word settlement, they don't think that we have settled litigation or we've resolved litigation. That litigation's outgoing, and there is no settlement on the table. I mean, I'm aware of, so I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, he's saying recommendations.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that neighbors hear that as well.
I also want to be clear. Look, this is a permit. Every paragraph in this permit is up for discussion by the board and for the community. Whether or not we have federal litigation, this is a regulatory permit about the quality of life for the town, and, we should take that as diligently as we take the other responsibility, irrespective of the federal lawsuit that has been filed against the town.
Any questions from the board on any of the language within the permit?
Well, I have plenty of questions, but I don't believe our consultant is in the room as well. And
Jay Perkins, no.
yeah, so I have questions, frankly, I'd want to ask Jay. And I also guess just from my standpoint, I appreciate the memo and all the information. It seems like a lot of good things have happened. But I also want to understand the interplay. And frankly, I would want the advice of counsel as to the interplay of the permit to the litigation, just because I stand, for the sake of public conversation, I stand squarely with the permit that was appealed. It's not to say I'm not willing to deal with reasonable accommodations and reasonable changes, but certainly it's just like you mentioned, Aggregates Council doesn't let them respond to a lot of questions here. I'm not comfortable without having reviewed this with council before, so that we understand the implications of this. But that doesn't take away from the value of your work. Like your work and everyone's work is great. I'm just saying I can't without talking to our council.
I understand, and my expectation wasn't that we would get into a deep discussion here tonight because you've only had it a few days, and that I expect that you're going to have another meeting where you do discuss it, and we'll be available at that meeting. I have spoken to Jay Perkins of Brierley about the issues, about the litigation issues and the recommendations, but I don't feel comfortable expressing his point of view. I would rather he expressed his point of view about those things.
I think the only other thing I would like to add for now is that I believe we received an email from Aggregates Council earlier today that I would like ERAC to review and come back and comment on the email that we got today. You were, I believe, copied on it as well. Mm-hmm. I will tell you I haven't read it. I've read the first sentence, but it came sometime today.
I didn't see anything.
I just want to make
It's in your email, but
Mr. Perkins gets a copy too. He probably has a few thoughts about that.
Yeah, so I just want to have ERAC's feedback on that.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. He's your consultant. So, that's all I got.
All right.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Do you want to?
We did.
Yeah, we opened. Sure. Olson?
Do we wait for them to set
Yeah,
up a
go ahead.
Yeah, so,
Do we wait for them to set up a meeting?
I'm Aaron Rosenberg. I think all of you.
Do you mind just taking the microphone, putting it right in front of you? Thanks.
I'm litigation counsel to Aggregate. This is Chris Drukas, who I know you all know. Garrett Temple and Tanya Taylor from Aggregate are here with me. Some folks made reference to what we can and can't talk about. If you have questions for the Aggregate people, there are topics that they can answer questions about here. If you have them, I don't know if you do. If that's at another meeting relating to the permit, we're happy to answer those. As to issues that relate to the litigation, the new permit that you're considering, I guess it's mostly Section 10 on blasting. We're not saying we won't answer those questions. If you have questions for us, as we've said to ERAC for a long time now, we can consider those in writing and respond to you. But like Mr. Spelio said, there are things that they can't answer right now off the bat. That's only if you have questions. I think the only thing affirmatively that I would like to point out is this mention of settlement. I think the reason that comes up is we've had conversations both with ERAC and with the town and the town's council and litigation about having a conversation and trying to settle the case. We had a meeting in February of 2022. We submitted a written settlement proposal, which is what Mr. Markarian was referring to, I think. We've been trying to get a response to that, frankly, and I've raised this with this board before.
Mr. Chairman, can I just chime in here? I just think it's inappropriate that without our litigation counsel, we're sitting here listening to Aggregate's litigation counsel.
Can I respond?
Mr. Chair.
Opining as to what they're doing when with regard to settlement offers. And this is not a settlement discussion. This is not a settlement conference, and that would be held in executive session. And it's not an appropriate thing in this permit.
This is just a conversation
This is about the
this
permit.
23,
So if we want
24
to talk about the permit, we can talk about
Please.
Yeah, but this does relate to the permit, respectfully, because the question is, how can we have a conversation with ERAC and the select board about terms in this permit that are identical to the terms that are being challenged in the lawsuit? And the way that can happen, and the conversation that we've had both with this board and with ERAC, was in a settlement communication. And we've made a settlement proposal and asked for a response and been told there would be a response. That was almost a year and a half ago now. The town isn't. We are interested in having a settlement conversation with the town. If the town is not interested, that is fine. We would just like to know that, because as things stand now, the lawsuit is about to move forward. We're about to enter a period of discovery that will make it more difficult to have that communication. So the only point I'm making is that if the town is interested in having a conversation with us, the time to do that is now, and as of right now, we would like to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg.
I have a few questions, if the board doesn't. I'm curious, what were your gross sales last year in 2022? How much did you earn from the rocks that you crushed and sold last year, the year before, and the year before? I want to know just how profitable have you been?
I think that's proprietary information, and I don't have it.
Okay. You asked if we had questions about the operation. I just thought I'd ask. Maybe you could get that information and get it back to us? I'm also curious, how many tons of rock have you crushed over the last 3 years?
Again, I don't have that information.
Okay.
with me right
Maybe you could get that information to us.
now. Those are questions that if you put.
But you would have that, right? You would weigh the stone and you would crush it and you would sell it at a value. Great.
Again, those are questions that if you want to put in writing to us, we will consider answering, and we would have done so prior to this meeting.
Okay, you just asked us to ask you questions. I thought.
And I have no problem with you asking.
I will put questions in.
No, I think that'd be great. I think maybe we can all, through you and council, again, I don't know. I will concede it's an awkward dynamic, but this isn't intended to be a PR campaign either, to say, look at us, we've put an offer out there. If you've heard silence, I guess sometimes silence does speak. If that's what you've heard for a year. So if you want to have a PR campaign, I'll just let you know, if you've heard silence, then maybe after a year, you can infer something from silence.
That's problem with that.
I have the.
I understand that, but can I please?
So let me just finish, and then the chair wants you to. But I actually want to ask a couple of questions. How long has Aggregate owned this quarry? Is that proprietary, or is that okay to know?
Well, there's an evolution here when you start talking. You have to understand that since I've been representing the quarry was first, when I first came on board, when the bylaw first came into effect, which was 1994, the quarry itself was owned by, Barden. Barden then became Barden Trimount, then became Barden. Just Barden, which was an English company. Then it became a Swiss company. What was the name of the Swiss company before it was Holcim? It was Lafarge. And then after Lafarge, it became Lafarge Holcim, and now it's just Holcim. So to answer you, it's difficult to answer the question, but I think that designating it as Aggregate Industries Northeast Division, it's probably been that since about 2008, 8, somewhere in there.
All right, so since 2008 and 2006, have you represented Aggregate or the affiliates since that time?
I've represented everybody all the way since 1994.
Can you tell us how many claims has Aggregate paid out for property damage or other damages that were submitted by Swampscott residents during that time period?
Aggregate itself would not have paid any out. They would have been paid out by the Blasters Insurance Company.
Okay, so let me rephrase the question then. How many claims have been paid out by Aggregate or its subcontractors relative to property damage to Swampscott residents in that time period from 06, 08 to present?
I do not have that information, but hang on.
Can you follow up? That's fine. Can you follow up?
I can follow up, but I would be surprised if it's more than almost none.
Almost none. Okay. So is it fair for us to infer that means that no damage has, from aggregates or aggregate subcontractors, or from your position, that no damage has ever been caused by aggregate to a Swampscott resident because of the 50 blasts a year times the last since '08? We're talking, what are we talking? Talking 15 years. So, you know, in the 750 blasts that have happened in town, is it fair then for me to surmise that aggregate hasn't been the cause of any home destruction or home damage?
I can't answer that. I don't have that.
I just need to interject one thing I should have said at the beginning. I apologize. Obviously, there's ongoing litigation here. We all know that. Anything that Aggregate or any of its representatives say today is intended without waiver of and with reserving all of our rights to make any claims, defenses, or legal arguments in the ongoing litigation.
So good for you, because you guys have said nothing, so nothing can be used against you. So you guys have preserved that pretty well for us. So let's work on that list of questions.
Can I briefly address one very pointed comment?
Sure.
Thank you. You say you should take silence to mean something. The problem with that, Mr. Spelios, is that we haven't gotten silence. We've gotten communications from the town explicitly telling us that they intended to respond to us and that they wanted to sit down and see if we could try and resolve the lawsuit. Now, there's no guarantee that that would happen. But we sat in these meetings, and Sean and I had conversations in these meetings that there would be a response, and then that response never came. So that's what I was referring to. There has not been silence. There just hasn't been follow-up.
There hasn't been a response. There hasn't been a substantive response. So again, I would just ask you, appreciate you here tonight trying to air this, but again, we have counsel on these things, and so if you want to talk about settlement, I would ask, and the board can disagree with me, you should be talking to our counsel, not to us in a public forum right now.
Well,
that's posturing.
Well, I've had many conversations with your counsel, and my client, as a landowner in Swampscott, has the right to have a representative here addressing the select board, and that's what I'm doing. So I'm happy to have as many conversations with your counsel as possible and as he would like to have, but I'm also responding to comments I've heard from your counsel, as well as individuals at these prior meetings about the desire to have a conversation. That's all I'm raising.
So these prior meetings, though, being meetings that I'm sure you also qualified in the beginning of the meeting, because they weren't public meetings, that these meetings are for settlement purposes only. Everything that's discussed in these meetings is confidential and not to be discussed. And so my only point is, we can't settle this tonight because our counsel's not here, because we didn't know litigation counsel was going to be the main person talking tonight. So I would just ask you to please communicate with our counsel, because it's giving an unfair, one-sided perspective. And look, if there's resolution, there'll be resolution. I just want to be explicitly clear tonight, because I think it gives a conception here. We represent the citizens, all the landowners of Swampscott. You represent one.
I'm very aware of that. Just to be clear, though, I'm not referring to settlement meetings when I say prior meetings. I'm speaking about prior public meetings of the select board where that was.
So please just follow up with counsel.
I'm happy to, and I will continue to.
So to Joe and to again, I think you guys have given us a lot of good stuff here for us to work on in terms of the permit. I think we just need to get, I know we have a smaller working group. We need just understanding the interplay of that with the litigation, just to make sure. Again, I have great faith in your judgment. I want to hear from our consultant as well, but I also then just want to just understand the implications and make sure we're not doing anything that's inconsistent with, because we also don't want to inadvertently waive rights, defenses, et cetera, relative to the ongoing appeal. That's outstanding.
And that's why we got it to when we did, as opposed to later.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
The current permit expires June 30th?
June 30th, yeah. I don't think we want to extend again.
No, I just wanted to clarify that what you have makes clear that we did not discuss the key issues on litigation, which relates to the provision on blasting. All the other changes, we worked out to, strengthen this permit in a lot of respects. So, we're hoping you take a look at that. The other issues, clearly, the ones that directly touch litigation, will have to be discussed in a settlement meeting. And I think that's all that Aggregate is trying to say. So.
No, I appreciate it. And this memo makes that clear. So it's not you at all.
Yeah,
It's more
yeah.
about us than just going back to council and saying,
Have you reviewed?
Are we good?
Have you
Yeah.
reviewed, or, like, do you have comments to us? And we haven't had that conversation, which is
Yeah.
an unfortunate step that we've got to do. And we
Yeah.
can't wait to get rid of that step too, because it's more work for us as well.
Yeah.
But you guys gave us really good, probably the best I've seen in a while, information for us. So I'm really grateful for that.
So if it's the 8th, what's the scenario here now? As far as,
It's the 7th. It's the 7th.
7th,
today.
okay, oh,
The 7th
good.
today. So
I gained a day.
So, yeah, so
So 7th.
we do have a meeting in 2 weeks.
Mhm.
So we could come back and be able to have council present and have conversations with council to review what we have in front of us. So I think that's.
So I kind of would like to entertain the idea of doing a short-term extension, further short-term extension, because I don't think it's, given everything that we know is coming up next meeting, or just things on our agenda, plus having to talk to council, plus scheduling an executive session on top of other things that we're, I want to entertain the idea that we're not going to be ready in 2 weeks. And so instead of having everybody brought back in here just to not be ready again, to have to bring them all back in, I want to be efficient with their time and their resources as well, most particularly the volunteers in town. And I just don't know that in 2 weeks, I mean, if others think we can.
90 days?
Fine. I'm just saying, I don't know what the right time period is. I just don't know that in 2 weeks we would get all this stuff ordered, as opposed to.
So what would your recommendation, suggestion be?
I don't know. I think I'd maybe open it up through you, Mr. Chairman, to the applicant and to ERAC to see if maybe they have a suggestion of what to do there. But I just don't personally feel in 2 weeks we are going to, I just want to give time to do it correctly, that's all. We haven't had the conversations.
Is your last meeting of the month in 2 weeks?
Yep.
Well, your only alternative is to extend again the current permit for another, whatever amount of time you think is appropriate. Can't operate if Aggregate doesn't have a permit on July 1st, for all practical purposes, they don't have authority to operate.
So what's the drawback if we were to extend it today for another 90 days so that we can?
I wouldn't want to push it out that far. I mean, to me,
What would you want?
we had hoped that this would get done by the end of the month. I think there's a certain urgency at this point to get it done. I would encourage pressing town council to get it done, and just say, we want to get this done, period. I mean, it's going to expire, and extending it again is not a really good alternative. I think we should be more decisive than that.
David? Let me just make sure I understand. What the changes that you've proposed here, you've worked it out amongst the parties? No.
Where they worked out among the parties?
Yeah.
These changes, some were initiated by ERAC.
Yeah.
Others were part of conversations with the Aggregate folks to bring clarity to the document, to bring compliance issues more into focus, and just to make responsibilities under the permit more clear.
Okay, so you're saying that Aggregate isn't necessarily on board with what you're proposing here? And furthermore, is that correct?
I'm sorry,
That's what I understood from Tony. Just trying to understand exactly where we're at.
Yes, there's two parts to what you have. One part is what we have discussed with Aggregate, which I believe we are in agreement on. The part that there is no agreement on, which we were unable to discuss at ERAC meetings, are primarily Section 10, which deals with blasting. So, but the rest of the permit, I mean, ERAC has only gotten the final draft that after our last meeting recently, so they have to go through it and make sure it's correct based on our discussions. But yes, we had worked with them on those sections.
But this is a full and complete permit.
Sure.
There's no missing parts to it. Okay, even though there are issues that we're at odds on, those issues are addressed in this permit recommendation. So there's no gaps.
Right, and our council has reviewed.
No, I think that's the problem. The council has not reviewed our recommendation yet. But as I say, permit doesn't change a whole lot from year to year, and we've isolated those instances where we have made changes and tried to make it clear. I would hope it'd be a pretty quick review.
So you know, council has been present at some of our meetings, ERAC meetings, and is aware and been reviewing the provisions that we were discussing with AI. So, yes, they have, Attorney Sims.
Council or town council?
Attorney Sims. And we have also sent drafts, I believe, Marzi, right, to KP Law. So, is this not working?
So both councils, like, need to have it, and both have what the
They've reviewed,
product is?
they haven't seen this final draft, so that, you know, but they have been present at meetings, especially Attorney Sims, for a while, and partook in the discussions that we had.
So they haven't seen the final draft?
This draft, which,
draft.
you know, they've seen,
I
been.
just hate looking at a draft before, I'd rather hear what council has to say.
Yes, no, I just wanted to make it clear that they have been involved to some
Okay.
extent, that it isn't, this is coming out of the blue to them. They have seen this.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And the other thing I say is we have not gone sideways on any of these provisions. I mean, whatever changes we've made are really within the context of an existing provision, and just tweaking it a little bit. For instance, timeframes on air monitoring. You know, we just came to a better conclusion about that. It doesn't alter the responsibility at all. It just says, okay, we're going to do it this way rather than that way because we think it's better to do it this way. It's those kind of changes that take place. There's nothing new in there at all.
Joe, I appreciate that, and I do think, you know, the committee's done a very good job. I think what we're trying to do is just find a timeline here that helps us really work with Jay Perkins, our consultant, you know, have them really look at this, you know, have maybe a meeting or two with ERAC and the board and maybe our litigation counsel and our general counsel. We have a number of parties here, and we have to kind of work this out. And maybe there is a hope here that we can find a settlement. Well, we all have to be in good faith, right? We all have to really want to resolve issues that are ultimately in the public's, in the company's best interest. And again, I don't think this is a bridge too far. We've worked together for over 100 years. But, you know, we've got to really sit down and study this. This is the most impactful operation that we have in town. We have one industrial property, and we have to, you know, be careful. Like, this is important. And I do think maybe 60 to 90 days would give us the time and the space to do that with everybody in the most constructive way possible. I don't think we're in a race, you know.
May I make a suggestion, though, if there is an extension, that there be a game plan laid out on meeting dates and deadlines, because I foresee what will happen, like happened for the past year and a half, which is nothing happens until the end. And as we all know in litigation, it's usually deadlines that bring about, you know, some sort of compromise. We just have to look at what happened at the federal level recently.
Understood.
So I would make that recommendation.
Is there anything dramatically, any major downside to delaying it, whatever it is, 30, 60, 90 days? Is there any major improvement in this draft that we're going to lose out on for 30 or 60 days?
Nothing really occurs to me off the top of my head. I'm thinking about the testing for noise and air, but I don't think that would be affected. There's no major compliance that's due in the first month of the permit that I can recall. So no, but I agree with Tony, though, that if an extension is considered, it ought to be as short as possible, not as long as possible. Yep. You know, because we've already had long extensions.
Yeah, I have to agree. 60 days, in my opinion, would be appropriate. 90 days is now going to affect the next dust study, which will hopefully be in August, because that's when their new equipment will be online, and that's when we would like to take and see the after effect of what results are compared to the tests that have already been done, before and after. So if you go beyond 90 days, then now we're talking, it may affect that. We'd like to get it done as soon as they can get the equipment up and operating, so we can get a final dust evaluation.
So what
Good
does
point.
45 days get us, Katie?
45 days.
Does it, 45 days?
Where does that get us on the calendar?
August.
Like, yeah.
All right, so can we get this wrapped up before the end of July?
That's 30 days, that's 30
No, it would be the end of July, right? It's around the 7th.
We're going from.
30? That gives
Oh,
us-
30
June
from
30.
from June 30th, sorry.
Just for information, they are shutting down, we've been told that they've been going to shut down the month of July to bring up all the new equipment online. Once that equipment's online, sometime mid-August, I'm assuming, they'll be running tests. And after that point, we want them to do a dust study to see how effective that new equipment is going to be compared to the dust studies we've had done in the past.
So what about if there's an extension until the end of July, so it's really only a 30-day extension, and we just do everything we can to even possibly get it done before the end of June?
That's your choice.
Is that feasible?
I think that's feasible, yeah. I think we can pull those meetings together. I mean, we have vacations, we have
Yeah.
all sorts of complexities, but, you know, I think ideally, I think 60 days sounds better to me, but, you know, we can certainly make it happen in 2 weeks. The question is, what makes most sense in terms of all the different stakeholders that we want at the table? We're working with attorneys, schedules, you know, we have general counsel, we have, you know, litigation counsel. There may be an opportunity for us to actually, you know, have a settlement conference in between here. What, like, to me, I'm like, why don't we, you know, take 60 days or 90 days? I don't, as much as I hear.
I think the
You just said why.
suggestion
You
was
just said
I know,
30
I know,
days,
but
though.
I
I think that's what we're talking about.
look, 60 days sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah, I think that,
That sounds like it gives us enough time to, you know, coordinate some careful and incredibly important meetings.
Yeah, that'll put it past, that, September 1st, right?
No, it would be August 31st.
Or August 31st, yeah. So that, I would do that,
You would do
But
that?
so-
That would
Joe?
be,
September
so
1st.
is, then there no issue with the dust studies? Because I'm concerned about
That's
that.
that's my concern, the
Yeah.
dust studies.
It's something we could work out with aggregate.
But there might be an opportunity for us to actually meet and do it earlier. So let's not just, you know, if we can get it done earlier, we will.
If you're saying a
Okay.
60-day extension to what, August, to August, you're really talking closer to 90 days, because you've got the whole month of June here. Was June 7th today?
yep.
Right,
So,
Yeah.
so,
you know, why not the end of July?
Okay, so,
yeah, I mean, you guys were viewing it from the end of the permit, I'm viewing it from today's date. 60 days from today's date is the beginning of August.
So we're going to need more than one meeting to finish this.
Yep.
Because we're going to have an intervening meeting where we'll have had to have had the time to do our homework.
Yep.
To then have further discussion with ERAC, with the permit holder, with the public, and then go back and hopefully come back and be able to do a final permit.
So we're in early August.
And so I'm just saying that it's not,
We're in early August.
whatever date you guys agree to is fine. I mean,
I
I'm just
think
saying
the
that
last
it's going
comment
to-
I would make, and I will be quiet, is that there's really two parallel routes going here. The approval of this permit is one route, and you're looking for time to allow council to take a look it over and do due diligence on that. There's also the path regarding the litigation and any potential settlement talks. They don't have to be on the same schedule. And if we can resolve the settlement question one way or the other sooner, then that works out to everybody's advantage, and it doesn't really affect the due diligence you want to do on the permit. So I'm arguing for progress.
One other comment, if I may. As I pointed out, there's two parts to this. One is the non-litigation provisions. I would suggest that maybe you take a look, the select board take a look at those first if there's any questions, maybe you could send those questions to ERAC so we could be able to answer those quickly, so that at least is out of the way, leaving just basically section 10. And I believe the last section regarding violations had one issue that needs to be resolved as part of the litigation. So that leaves those for setting up some sort of process for settlement negotiations of some kind to see if there can be a meeting of the minds. If there cannot, then just prepare for litigation. But 2 steps. I think you could maybe by the next meeting take a look at the other sections.
Yeah.
Well, so by the next meeting, our law firm would look at everything. We would turn around and send any type of additional questions. And at that point, we should have a good idea.
And we could schedule it, that will give us time to schedule a non-public to be able to.
Are you talking about an
Well,
executive
between
session?
now and our next meeting?
No.
So,
Maybe not.
well, we don't need to have a public hearing to, if we give an extension tonight, we give the extension, and then if,
That takes the pressure off. So are we extending through the end of August? So are we extending through August 31st?
I think that sounds reasonable. I think it gives us enough time, and I think if we can meet sooner and approve the permit and advance that timeline.
I just don't want to be back here. I just don't want to be back here having the same conversation
Agreed,
in the middle of August.
Agreed.
Yeah, so I think a couple of thoughts here. No matter what tonight, we should be extending tonight's hearing to a specific date. So before we end this, we got to come up with a specific date. Otherwise, the administrative hassles of renoticing a hearing and the advertisements and the whatnot is a pain. So I'm just going to recommend that we make sure we know what our July or August date is that we're going to continue this meeting, this public hearing to, just number one. And then number two, and that's just a procedural thing, but an important procedural thing. And then number two is, if you want to, frankly, if we want to, we can just continue it now to the 21st and not extend the permit. I think I prefer that tonight because I also would want town council to chime in and make sure that we did the procedural things necessary to notice the fact that we were seeking to extend this year's permit. We've noticed the next year's permit process here tonight. I don't know that we've actually noticed anything that would allow us to extend this year's permit, even a short-term duration tonight. So by just continuing tonight's meeting to 21st, we will be able to get that answered, make sure that we notice it correctly if that's the path we're going down. We'll be smarter about how long it's going to take us after talking with council, a subgroup talking to council. And we're just going to be, it seems like, exponentially smarter.
Yeah.
And maybe then we'll be more optimistic on the 21st based on what we've gotten. We don't even need an extension. Who knows, right? That's where I'm just sitting here. You guys are all making really good points and asking really good questions, and that's, I think.
well, it's because I'm feeling safe.
And personally, I have a conflict on the 21st, so I would need to extend. So we would need to talk
Why
about
don't
another
we just
date.
talk about moving our meeting before, well, right now, we should talk about moving our meeting.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be here at all for the meeting.
I wouldn't, no.
The 20,
Right,
about-
so can we,
22nd,
Yep.
since it's a federal holiday.
22nd
on the
is a
19th.
Thursday,
Yeah.
Also, it's my birthday, so,
the 22nd?
no, the 19th.
Sounds like a proclamation.
Happy birthday.
Birthday buddies.
I'm 24th.
And Juneteenth.
Isn't that cute?
Okay, we've digressed.
Transcended.
Sugar is dropping.
I knew there was something interesting.
Gemini.
The 20th?
Oh, totally on that.
Are we looking at the 20th here?
22nd.
20th or
22nd? 22nd work?
Thursday.
So the 22nd.
Teams?
Well, don't they meet like in the afternoon or something? They only meet a few minutes.
They meet our times. Let's think about that for a second. Is there a reason then we can't just meet the following Monday? I'm being serious about that. Is there anything that presses us?
On the 26th?
Yeah.
Is the following
28 would be
Monday?
the following
26th is
Wednesday.
Monday,
26th
I'm
is
just
a
saying.
Monday.
Getting closer.
Is there anything in the agenda that can't wait that extra week?
No.
Because that actually gives us then.
A little bit more time.
Joe, is this room available? Do you know?
The 26th.
Okay, well, we're just going to assume that means available.
Can it be at
Okay.
6:15
So I think I
instead
would-
of 6?
Yeah, we can make it whatever time.
Okay.
But make the public hearing, like, continue to like 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock, yep.
Give us a chance to start the meeting and do our stuff.
Yep. Okay, so we'll continue the public hearing until June 26th at 7 PM.
Can I just ask you to, just since we're here, to see if Aggregate has anything more they want to add, and then also open it up for public, since it's a public hearing, the public has a chance to give testimony, just open it up if anybody's here tonight that wanted to give testimony.
Drukas?
Yeah. I guess basically just two things at this point. Issue number one is, I would like you to know that the Earth Removal Advisory Committee and working with us, I think they should be commended. We have had many, many meetings and worked through an awful lot of fairly complicated issues that now have been modified in the permit in the areas in which we could have discussions. So I think they should be commended. Additionally, my last comment is that we have new selectmen on board, and what we always offer when there's new selectmen that come on board, I think it'd be very important for you for us to set up a time when you can go through the quarry and see what is there and what the activity is that's ongoing. So we offered that. I know that the last time that we did it, David, you took, the chairman took the benefit of that.
I've not been.
I know Sean has taken the benefit of that, and I believe, Peter, you have as well. But we offer that, and would be more than happy, probably sooner rather than later, so you really know what's there. And we can send a notice to the board, and if you can give us a few dates as to when you might be available. Obviously, if there's more than two, you'd have to post a meeting for that day, but.
Maybe we have another.
And that doesn't mean that just you, anybody else.
We have like one of
Board
those
wants
town days where we can all go up and everybody in town can visit.
That feels like a safety
But we've done a
problem,
couple of
but-
those, but that's a really expensive and complicated endeavor. And there will,
For the invitation.
I'm sure there'll be another one in the not-too-distant future, because I know that we've done it a couple times over the last 20 years. So we make that offer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drukas.
Look forward to that outreach.
I hope you take advantage of it. I think it's worthwhile.
Any comments from members of the public? Seeing none in the room and seeing none on Teams, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
No, we're not closing it.
Sorry.
We're suspending.
Continuing.
We're going to
Got it.
continue, but can
Yep.
we just hold on one second? I just want to I get concerned that for the first time in decades, right, this topic is getting its substantive airing at the select board, in my opinion, that it deserves, right? I mean, not this time, but a year ago, or 2 years ago now, maybe it was. And this board, I think, past board, some members of the current board took pretty important action in the permit. And I think and tonight we're talking about a lot of things, and I don't want people to conflate those things, because I also don't want the absence of them here at the hearing tonight to also
Just
be
speak up, Peter. I can't hear.
I don't want the absence of them at the board tonight being misinterpreted as well, right? The concerns, and this is, you are a closer neighbor. You live with this more than I live with this, but I don't believe the concerns, I don't believe the concerns have gone away. And I think the sentiment is still very clear that of all the businesses in our town, we regulate more severely virtually every other business in town than we do this one. We have businesses, and I believe the neighbors feel this way as well, and I think I don't want them to misconstrue any of this conversation. We're a permit issuing authority, we've got to do a permit here, but this is different than settlement, right? That's just a permit. So, The permit's not a negotiated permit. The permit is what the select board ultimately decides based on feedback and otherwise from ERAC. But I just think it's really important I just want to make sure that the neighbors and the community are hearing that this is a process we are going to go through every year. We have to go through, but I feel strongly, others can speak for themselves. I'm not meaning to posture here at all, but it is unmistakable to me that if there is any other business in town that I said your business has caused harm for 10, 20, 30 years, and I say, how many times have you rectified that harm? And they said none, or almost none, or not very many, or very little, some. We have shut down businesses for less. We have fined businesses for less. And so I just want the residents to know that I believe the board 2 years ago recognized the severity and recognized the need to take some action. I understand there may be disagreements about what those actions are. I encourage them to come if they want to come and ask questions and share their questions with us, because they have lived experiences that are going to be different than mine, because I'm not there. I'm going to try and best I can channel that. But they do have rights as a property owner. And I think as though we should meet those rights as property owners, but so doesn't every other property owner here. So I just hope that they still feel heard, even though they may not be here tonight or they may not be raising their hand tonight. I want them to come if they want to. I want them to reach out to us separately to share questions or comments, to give us the experiences. But to me, I continue to struggle, whether it's the permit or the settlement, that when you have a process that is designed to compensate for injury, and over decades, it doesn't compensate for injuries, that tells me the system is working exactly as it was intended to, or it's completely broken. And here, I think that could be one and the same thing. And I continue to be troubled by the fact that we have only one business in town that regularly uses TNT and does explosions that we got to worry about dust, vibrations, and noise. Literally, only one in town. And we don't see any accountability over decades. And I just feel like that's it's something that I continue to struggle with. I'll struggle with it in this permit as well, because we have the systems we have here, and I get that we're doing the best we can, but I just struggle with it because it seems broken. And if I lived in that neighborhood, would feel the exact same way of what I hear. And I'm sorry, I've said this before, I'm sorry it took me a couple years on this board to get to this point to realize this. But David, you and Polly Titcomb and others, kept on, talking to me about it. But I can see why they believe the system is not working for them, or worse yet, it's working for somebody else. And it's unbelievable to me that in decades, this redress isn't happening here. And it's our responsibility to find a better mousetrap, I guess, to figure this out, because we haven't yet. And I don't believe the landowner is malicious, or I think they're making a fair business and earning a fair wage and doing what they're doing, and I wish them every prosper in the world. But I don't. It's still our responsibility to help mitigate and give redress, and I've come to really understand why they feel someone is not listening, because to have no redress over things, and not to say that ERAC hasn't helped get dust mitigation and things to make it better. I'm using one metric, I'm using one example. John Piccarello in particular, through the years, has been able to work with local council and ERAC Aggregate to do a lot of great things. Appreciate those things, but I still come back to that one thing, which is never an acknowledgement of harm, and it's not credible. And I challenge us, it's not sitting in here tonight, but I challenge us to think about what that system is to get to the point where it's credible. And it doesn't mean just paying out claims, it means create a credible system. I don't think we found it yet. So I hope that I wanted to share that tonight, so that, especially the board members that haven't been sitting at these meetings before, that has actually been a significant part of our conversation, right? How do we create a system that is real? And when nothing is paid, right? And people stop making claims, just like they stop showing up to these meetings. That's a reflection, right? When people to earlier comments about town meeting proposals and things like that, when 12% of our electorate votes, we all bear responsibility for that, right? It's not just the 88% that didn't vote, but it's us too. We need to make sure they feel as though their government is going to hear them, their government's going to be responsive to them, their government's going to communicate with them. And I think here, the fact this is the first meeting that I haven't seen a resident sitting here with their arm like this for most of the night, wanting to be heard, concerns me, because I don't want them to feel like they've lost and they're not being heard, because I think that we're trying to do something that's really complicated. Well, Tonia's not a resident next to the quarry, but she has her hand up, but I just wanted to share that for especially my new colleagues here. That's been, to me, one of the greatest challenges, which is how do we know that there's a
I just wanted to point out that in the sections that we have discussed with AI, that there is this process. You're talking about one issue here, which is you'd feel that there hasn't been claims that have been paid out for damage. So there is the pre-surveys that were done. We've added provisions on that and on complaints. So there is something in this to address that.
Yep.
I mean, the issues that, ERAC has been very concerned and always concerned about the effect on the residents. But we also want to look at the factual basis of what the numbers are in blasting to make sure that they make sense. So that, I think, is the issue that is one that needs to be discussed through settlement, because we were ERAC unable to discuss that with AI because of the litigation. So, there's two issues. The one you raised, which I think we have put stuff in the permit to address that, and then there's this other issue.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that, and you have, but to clarify, I see those as there's a correlation, an inverse correlation with those for me, which is we again, not getting into detail, but we changed the blasting standards to a more stringent standard, and that's being contested, and that's subject to the litigation. But part of a settlement also, without disclosing any surprises to people, is they don't want to stay in those numbers, and they want us to go back to some old stuff or closer to where we were. For me to even entertain that, I need to feel much more comfortable, and I appreciate this, so I'm not diminishing this. I need to feel much more comfortable then that there's true accountability, right?
have
And
to get
so
in a
I'm
room.
just, it's inverse, right?
We
So I'm
got to
just-
get into a room and talk about it.
No, I'm not, but I'm talking about the thing I can talk about tonight, which is that process of accountability. And that's, to me, until I feel there's a real process of accountability, it's very hard for me to, we'll have conversations, do it. I just want you all, but more importantly, I want my colleagues to hear it, especially the ones that haven't heard it in the past, because I think that's actually a huge shortcoming here. If for years there was an acknowledgement of damage, or damage was acknowledged, or there was a believed legitimacy to the process, we might not have gotten to a point. But I think part of it is there was complete disbelief in the process. Complete disbelief. I don't think I'm going to find a neighbor. It would be a rare breed to find a neighbor. I just thought of a neighbor that might disagree with me, but that the credulity of it all, right? And I'm just saying that we can figure it out. We haven't yet. We tried. Let's try again. But I welcome new ideas for sure. I'm glad we have new members to bring new ideas to the table and stuff. So thank you for hearing me on that.
I just have one question.
Go ahead.
Can we have an executive session as soon as possible with ERAC so that we can discuss things that we can't discuss out in public?
Sure.
So how quickly can we discuss that? Can we arrange that for
You're around tomorrow morning?
Yeah.
tomorrow morning?
need
Okay.
to
I can't.
Oh, we have to
tomorrow
post it.
morning.
Yeah, we got to get town council, and we have to get.
Yeah, we got to engage.
Jay
It's not something
Perkins
we're going to
and
do on the fly, but yes,
some
let's,
of our-
let's
So we
let's
can,
work with,
we can make an
key-
intent tomorrow
yeah,
to,
let's work
people.
with Sean to get
so we'll
something.
call you tomorrow.
Okay.
Can I try my motion again?
Look,
We continue this meeting, this public hearing to June 26th at 7 o'clock.
Do I have
In
a
the
second? Same location?
Yep, in the same location in B129,
Actually, just say
Same
Swampscott.
location.
Just say Swampscott.
Swampscott High
In case we're in a different room, please.
as amended.
As amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion to adjourn?
Oh, they have to close.
All in favor?
Thank you all.
Thank
Okay,
you,
thank you.
guys.
All right, moving on, we'll will next address the Historic Commission update and discussion regarding the Pittman House and the General Glover House.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Is this working?
Should be working. It's,
Okay.
if it doesn't work, you can use this.
We've been in town long enough to know, Doug. Wait a minute, what does my pin say?
Order.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
sorry about
Excuse
that,
me.
Nancy.
That's great.
It's my favorite part of the meeting.
All right. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to present. I'm Nancy Schultz, Chair of the Swampscott Historical Commission. So, slide 2. Okay, so I'm going to be updating you on 2 historic preservation opportunities, 35 Pittman and the Glover site. So we'll begin with 35 Pittman Road. And as you can see from the slide, there's an image of the house in, from 1912. And from the beginning, this has been our guiding principle with this project. Rehabilitating historic properties to provide affordable housing is a sound historic preservation strategy. And that is what we're trying to do with 35 Pittman Road, which is scheduled for demolition to make way for the housing development through the Wynn properties. Next slide, Diane. Okay, so the reason the Historical Commission found this site significant had to do with it being owned by our town founder, Samuel Clune Pittman, and I have several dates on the screen with information about him, but he wrote the bylaws for the separation of Swampscott from Lynn in 1852. He was the first town moderator, he served as a selectman, he served as a representative. So he has an important history in the town. And if you look at the picture, you can see the house on the site, and that house dates to 1800. Next slide, please.
Where were the pear trees?
Where were the pear trees? He had a farm, and he won prizes for the New England Horticultural Society for his prize-winning, and they're a type of Anjou pear, and he's written up in the annals of that society.
We should plant one of those trees in
Okay.
the Arboretum at Town Hall.
Okay, I think that's great.
Pear trees, so they bloom.
So this slide shows the desired parcel for relocation. We have been working with Habitat for Humanity from the beginning when we first imposed the demolition delay in 2021, October 2021. And Habitat for Humanity has been a partner with us. And so we have been looking to move this house for affordable housing to that parcel that's shown on the right, 7 Hillside. And on the left is a drawing for what the property would look like. The front of the house is the original 1800s house. We would not be trying to move the L, and then they would be building in the back. So let's go to the history of the project in slide 5, next slide. All right, so the part of the house with the big X over it is a later addition. So from the beginning, we've been interested in only preserving the original part. And you have some history on the screen there with the demolition delay. And we have been working with Habitat for Humanity from the very beginning. So after a lengthy process, Habitat for Humanity now has an option to purchase 7 Hillside, pending successful permitting of the project. And we've run into, I think, our key obstacle at this point is time. Site control, Wind did not take over site control until April. We had tenants living in the house through the end of March. And now that the site control has passed to Wind, we could be starting to apply for a friendly 40B, which would allow 4 units on that parcel. But according to according to Habitat for Humanity, that process can take 15 to 18 months. So the demolition has been postponed a little, but it is scheduled to begin August 1st. So I guess unless we have a brilliant 11th hour solution, time is our enemy here. Habitat for Humanity is concerned that we don't have enough time to apply for and obtain the requisite friendly 40B. So I would certainly welcome your ideas or suggestions on how to, if there's any way we can move this forward, because the concept of preserving an important historical house connected to a local leader and combining that with solving another problem we have, which is affordable housing, I think it's a win-win, and the circumstances have just been very difficult to work under the time frame that we had. Okay, so we can move on to the Glover, and then I'm happy to take questions. So update number 2, the General Glover house. So as you can see on the screen, we have submitted to Leggett McCall a proposal urging them to preserve the original 1750s era house and L in place. The house could be saved by altering the design of Building 1 by 70 feet. So with the submission of this proposal to preserve in place, we actually believe that we are presenting Leggett McCall with an opportunity that they didn't even realize they were missing. Next slide, please. All right, so on the screen you have what this proposal would entail. The picture on the far left shows the small size of the section that we wish to reserve in relation to the planned building. And if you look at Building 1, and there's a tiny yellow house, it's in the right-hand corner of the first building. It's even hard for me to see from here. Yes.
Right there, yep.
It actually only touches the corner of the planned building. It's very small, and that's the only section we're looking to preserve. At the center, do you have a pointer? Could you point at the little white house? That's how the house would look where it is currently if somehow Building 1 could be adjusted back by 70 feet, or another option that we have also suggested could be a possible redesign of the northernmost 70 feet on that building, would also preserve the house. And in the lower corner, you see a diagram of the added charm that such a preserved building would add to the proposed development, especially given that it's going to be called the Glover Residences at Vinnon Square. Sorry, I just walked away from the mic. So again, these are diagrams that show the small amount of adjustment that would be needed, and we really think that preserving this building in place would be a launch to the town's ambitious plans to revitalize Vinnon Square. What better way to revitalize Vinnon Square than to start with a building that has been there for over 250 years? Next slide, please. This slide shows some of the partnerships that we've already cultivated, and there are many, many more in the works. But we are working with the Swampscott Historical Society, the Glover Regiment of Marblehead, the town of Swampscott, Rev 250 for Essex County, the Essex National Heritage Corporation, the American Battlefield Trust, the Marblehead Historical Commission, and Patrick O'Donnell, historian and author of the book about the Marblehead Regiment, The Indispensables. So these are just some partners that we've been able to attract in the 6 weeks since the demolition delay has been imposed. And final slide. All right, so this summary shows where we are with the various projects. So in the corner, you see a picture of a house in Peabody on Park Street that Habitat for Humanity successfully renovated into affordable housing. They were able to preserve a historic building. So we would really like to relocate 35 Pittman and do the same thing, and that would be our first partnership with Habitat for Humanity and really launch us on a great path for affordable housing to address the challenges we have. So that is an important project that we're hoping to get some assistance with. And then, of course, preserving the General John Glover House in place would add authenticity and history and allure and interest to a property that's already being planned there. And I just would remind everybody that we are entering a period where we are gearing up for Revolution 250 in 2026. A lot of activities are going to be planned in the coming years commemorating the crucial battles of the American Revolution. And I think there's going to be grant money. I think we would really easily be able to, pull our weight with any expenses that the developer may incur should they agree to help us and make these changes. Last slide. Thank you very much.
Questions from the board?
Well, Nancy, we've talked before. I think this is, I really love your enthusiasm and all the effort that you've put into all of these things. I think it's fantastic. We should do whatever we can to try to move these forward. Can you just really, it seems like Pittman House, timing-wise, is really the most troublesome issue. So the real issue is we need to move the house. We have a place to move it to, but it can't, spell that out again for me. Do we need an interim place for it to sit? What's the issue?
I mean, that is a solution if we can't work out a solution to move it directly there. I mean, it's 2,000 feet it has to go. I mean, the issue really is timing. And for a house like this to go on the lot, should it be sold, should that transaction go through, we would need a friendly 40B, which would allow 4 units on which is basically a non-conforming lot. And what we're envisioning is that the building would be preserved. The smaller building would be preserved. We would have the exterior preserved in kind of authentic 1800s style, but inside would be all renovated and new by Habitat for Humanity. So, families and individuals could have affordable living there. So the challenge is really time at this point. we are kind of running up against the clock. It is currently the most endangered historic building in Swampscott because in 2 months, the wrecking ball is going to go.
I have a question. Peter, can the zoning board give a permit for a it's called a non-conforming lot? Can they give a permit and?
I know nothing about this lot, so it's really hard for me to answer that question. The answer is there is, I can't answer the question because I don't know anything about the lot, candidly.
Well, so forget the actual, this is considered a non-conforming lot, is that?
I believe it is because it was.
I'm just trying to find out,
smallish.
do we really have to have this 40B? Like, what happens if we don't have a 40B?
So again, I can't speak about the lot. If the
Right.
lot is buildable, meaning under zoning, it's capable of having a structure, whether it needs some relief or not, that's one thing. But what the 40B does, in addition to that, is the use. Because the zoning in that neighborhood, I'm assuming, again, based on the 4-unit issue, is that a 4-unit building isn't allowed as a use in that zoning district. So the 40B, there may be other waivers. 40B gives you waivers to local requirements. There may be other waivers besides the 4 units, dimensional lot, et cetera. I'm not familiar with that, but the 40B is the tool that gives you the uniform waiver. Sorry, Marcy.
No, everything that you're saying is true. So that's the issue, is that the dimensional requirements and use requirements and things like that. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, I apologize for that. So basically what Peter was saying is true, and that's what the issue is. We looked at the lot and we looked at the potential, the height, and then just the use, and just maybe some of the setbacks that are requirements that the way that the buildings will be sited on the lot would not meet as zoning requirements.
So saying it differently, I think just to say, is there a local process short of a 40B that would allow the house to get relocated but not be used for 4 units? Maybe, but then.
Until we get the 40B.
Yeah, right.
But is Habitat interested in?
But maybe, but then my point is, and we didn't get into that conversation, the cost to move it 2,000 feet is a 6-digit cost, and someone, or whatever it is, it's expensive, and so whoever was funding it, whether it was a grant or whatnot, would want to know that whatever was going to happen is going to materialize, right? And so I think my guess is, then it's not a zoning issue, then it's another issue, which is how do you confidently move and fund and locate.
How much is it to move it?
We had estimates between 65 and 100,000.
So $100,000, and then you have the property. Even if it was only a one-family house, it would still.
Yeah, but again, I'm speaking pure conjecture. It sounds like they have a purchase and sale agreement that's contingent upon permitting.
Right.
And so therefore, they don't even own the property. So the property owner would need to be either willing to allow this house to sit on their property or something else. I mean, so I'm not trying to complicate it. I'm trying to just break it down to its smaller parts, because I think your question's a really good question, and it might solve a part of it, but then there is just other non-zoning, non-legal, I'm guessing, questions. And I don't even know the relationship with Habitat, for example, and how that all works. But so.
Yeah, my question was similar, asked and answered, but Habitat doesn't own the site yet, so even if we wanted to move it there, you'd need permission from the current landowner, because Habitat doesn't own it yet. So.
Okay, let's just say if we could get permission, and it gets moved over, it looks like dollar-wise, it still comes in under market rate, even if it was just one family living in there. But it sounds like a super question there would be whether or not you can even put a house there?
Yeah, so I guess
I know.
Yeah, I'm not sure this makes sense for us to be.
Yeah, I mean, no, but look, I appreciate what
Just trying to.
Mary Ellen's inquisitiveness
trying to
is about
problem
problems.
solve.
I don't want to lose.
Yeah.
I don't want to lose this house.
No, I appreciate it. But so I'm answering in hypotheticals because I don't know the thing. There are 2 things that are at play. So the answer is if the zoning board, again, I know nothing about this lot. If there was a relief the zoning board could to allow this house to sit there, even temporarily, then perhaps, right? But let's assume that's the case.
Okay.
Right. And again, Nancy, you chime in more than me, because now I'm getting off of zoning. I'm going to chime in and just say the cost to move it is not the cost to build the unit. It's fundamentally, the house will be gutted, new foundations, so that is just a portion of the cost to create it. And my guess is the reason a 4-unit building is what we're talking about is because to spread the overall costs, getting 4 units and maximizing is
Right.
makes sense. So I'm just saying that I'm guessing there's a lot of financial questions as well. But procedural, if you're just asking a procedural question,
I'm asking procedurally.
then maybe there is a way to do it. It would seem extraordinary. And if you had neighbors that, just candidly, I know nothing about this neighborhood at all. I know no one in the neighborhood, but I'm just saying, then you have, I'm just saying that there are, it's worth exploring, but I don't want to create false optimism that it's an actual path, that's all.
But is there a reason that, I mean, you mentioned a friendly 40B. Have you thought through all these options?
Do you want to take that about the?
I'm sorry.
Have you had this conversation?
Yeah,
I think it's what
exactly.
he's trying to
We're
say.
kind of like doing it real time here, but I imagine you're suggesting kind of a friendly 40B. Is there a reason for that? Have you
Well, we
thought
just
through all
thought
these
that
different permutations already?
We just thought that because of the sort of nonconformity and then just the waivers that would be required, right? That the zoning board would not grant
They can't.
Right, they can't
under
give
our
a
bylaws
variance,
grant a use
right?
variance.
That's right.
Right, they
Okay,
would not give a
so
variance.
it's 40B is the only way to get assuming the building otherwise conformed. I don't know that. 40B is the only way for you to get 4 units. The zoning board doesn't have the authority to grant that use under our bylaw.
Well, a 40B or a LIP, which is
Well,
essentially.
it's a version of a 40B, yep.
Got it.
So just to follow up on Doug's question, I did meet with the chair of the Historic Commission on Monday, and we did go over, a little bit of a strategy with the Director of Community and Economic Development. And we did think that it would be important for the Select Board as the policy leaders to get a sense of whether or not we should actually explore this and really work with Habitat and perhaps come back and provide you with an update on whether or not we could create a few affordable units and preserve a historic building. We just need some direction from the board, and we'd be happy to kind of work with a few stakeholders and see if, at our next meeting, we can find a path here. We don't have a lot of time. It is fraught with complexities. I've been very candid. This is going to be challenging, but, it's worth, in my opinion, exploring. And I think we ought to share these responsibilities. And certainly, the neighborhood's going to have some concerns, and we're going to have to think about, reaching out and having a few meetings and getting public input, but we have to understand feasibility first. I don't even think we're at feasibility.
And the Affordable Housing Trust Fund also has had discussions about this project, and they're willing to support it.
And what is the relationship with Habitat for Humanity? Is it are they like super on board, or are they?
Well, I think that they're definitely supportive of the project. They would want to understand the performer to find out what the costs are that are associated with the project, and then just to see what the gap is too.
Marzi, do we have
I don't know.
Do we have a pro forma, and do we have a commitment or anything from the Affordable Housing Trust as to the funding mechanisms for this particular project?
Habitat did submit a very draft proposal to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The trust is meeting next week. The trust is meeting on Tuesday the 13th. So that's something else that maybe we can talk about, and we can ask to maybe provide a better performer to understand and maybe have a discussion.
So without giving up on the location of where it's going, maybe breaking it down, I'm just making a suggestion, maybe breaking it down to smaller parts and solving one thing, which is, can we move it somewhere to live another day without knowing where it's going to live the other day? So is there a town parcel, and can we secure funding for the $100,000 or whatever that it can go to for a period of time until we can solve it? Understanding there has to be some, understanding as to what's the time and stuff like that. But to me, that seems like for what we can do is maybe, and where you want direction from us is, that to me seems like zoning is zoning. We can't town council will advise you all as a zoning and what we can do and say, let's be creative, but we got to still comply with the bylaws. We still got to comply with law. And there's the clock, right?
Right.
And town council can't fix the clock, right? So I'm just wondering if we just focus on, and it may not be ideal, but it may be the most ideal way to try and save it for another day, right? Which is, can we work on funding sources, help Nancy and her team on the funding sources, and at the same time, we work with the town resources to say, is there a close enough, a local enough place that we can put it for a period of time to see if it can get sorted out? Understanding that, hopefully it works out forever, but that's where I think I would suggest where our effort may be best, again, just because we can work towards those things. The zoning stuff and the third-party purchase and sale agreement and habitat all seem to be maybes and kindas and if type of thing, and I just would suggest that would be where I would, but again, I looked at Nancy. Nancy's taking the lead on this, and it's so awesome that she, and her Uber driver, Jackson, are here tonight. But it's really awesome. It's just awesome that we're having these conversations, because I've never had them in my 9 years here. So it's because of you and your team that we're having this conversation. So that's where I would suggest we put the effort.
But Sean, is there property between town hall and the post office that could potentially be used as a temporary? Is that town owned?
The piece of open space between.
I would not openly speculate about this question right now. I think I'd go do the homework.
I appreciate that, Peter. Yes,
so yes, there's always an answer, but I think I would.
The town is 3 square miles. We'll have to have a public hearing about every nook and cranny. I think Plan B is saving that building and trying to figure out if we can get to the Plan A. The time constraints are real, and so we're going to have to be incrementalist, and we need partners. We need some stakeholders that are really going to truly materialize. Habitat is a busy, wonderful organization doing a lot of great work, and we have to figure out if they have the bandwidth. Our Affordable Housing Trust, if they are going to be partners, we need their assistance, and we've got to figure out, the roles of all of the stakeholders. But all we need is a little hope. And we can figure out if we can save this building.
I'd like to recognize Mr. Cello.
Dave. You're the colleague looking at you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Mary DiCillo, Precinct 4, town meeting member. I think this is a wonderful idea. And I'm wondering, in terms of partners and mitigation, I don't know the answer to this, so maybe you can enlighten me. Is, in terms of both of these projects, engaging as partners the developers, and in terms of figuring out and getting some sort of funding, goodwill funding, partnership kind of funding, where it doesn't sound like a tremendous amount of money that is needed here, but given what both of these developers are going to be recouping, when construction, Paradise Construction, I don't know the other group, it would be probably a very good way to start out both of those projects, where they make a commitment to the town, and that the town approaches them, Historic Commission, and with the support of the Select Board going forward on this. The other technical things with the ZBA and all of that, but I think if it's a question of funding, I believe that this happens in many communities where there's some goodwill money that gets exchanged here. So thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
My comment is not far off of what Mr. Chilla was just talking about, but I fear as though this is amazing and awesome, and I would love to see these historical properties preserved in place or preserved in town, but I know that I brought up to Nancy, one of the things I would like to see occur in the near future is a database or record of properties in town that we, if they should become available, would like to see preserved. That way, we wouldn't have lost our leverage in talking with developers before we've approved their projects to say, hey, yes, but there's a historical something on here and it has value to us, and therefore it needs to have value to you. And the leverage is really in the beginning of the conversations, and we're a little bit behind the 8 ball for these 2 properties, which is unfortunate. It doesn't mean we can't do something, just would be best if we sort of created like a list of ideally salvageable and even prioritize them, so if they become available, we can really buckle down and say, yeah, we knew that we wanted this, and so it's available now, and we have a plan in place to how we're going to preserve it and keep it as part of our, the history of Swampscott.
Katie, that's a great idea. It's proactive. And this morning, David sent me some information about the city of Salem. They're using some of their ARPA funds to buy the right of first refusal for a few properties in a very proactive way to help support affordable housing, but certainly, looking at that through the lens of historic preservation as well, I think would be an excellent legacy and tool. The town has a right of first refusal on Blythewood. For the life of me, I don't know how we're going to actually exercise that right if we don't put funding in place or we don't put it into a strategy for how we preserve that building. So certainly would be eager to put a prioritization list together and then think about how do we act on it? How do we secure today some future preservation or some future affordable housing for tomorrow?
Thanks. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Nancy.
I do have one question on the Glover. Who's involved in the are you involved in the conversations with Leggett and
I am
McCall?
involved, yes.
So every meeting with Leggett McCall, you're there negotiating?
I'm not in, I can't say that I'm in every meeting.
Can you be?
I know I've worked with Nancy, I've helped her with some things. I do believe, there'll be a meeting scheduled soon, and I hope to be in that meeting. I've worked with Nancy to try to help facilitate that.
Several of us have offered to attend the meeting, so I'm guessing if Sean can't be or whatnot, I think David has similarly offered, and I have offered to make myself available to support Nancy in that meeting. So we'll make sure that there's a presence.
Yeah, and I just had one question. Was with the property being the on-site option A, would that move any of the existing structures into Marblehead from Swampscott or into Salem? Was there any sense of that, Nancy? Sorry, I should have.
No, it looks like if option building 1, which was the one, sort of along Paradise Road, if that building were to move back 70 feet, the house could stay where it is. Moving it back 70 feet could complicate the zoning with the one that goes horizontal, so I know, and I'm not trying to minimize 70 feet. I know that it sounds like a small amount, but it's a complicated number. So there might be a way to angle or redesign a part of it. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, I was mostly just asking the question of whether or not the building configurations would push more units in the Marblehead or more units in the Swampscott.
No, but we did discuss at length the idea of moving the Glover House 70 feet forward would put it into Salem.
Got it.
If we move the Glover House 70 feet, I guess it would have to be to the right, unless we wanted in the middle of the intersection of Route 1A, it would put it into Marblehead. We are sitting on the exact line of Swampscott, Marblehead, and Salem. And so even a 70-foot forward move, which is something we did propose, there for the open space in the park, but that puts the house into Salem.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything else from the board? All right. Thank you, Nancy. All right, we will move on with our joint meeting with the Swampscott Retirement Board. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Driscoll.
So, Chairperson, I do need to, just for the record, call to order a meeting of the Swampscott Contributory Retirement Board, June 7th, 8:15. President Driscoll, Paul, John Bean, and Nancy Ward, our administrator. I didn't know you guys were all coming up here to sit next to me. Okay. Well, I knew you were. We'll take the microphone away from John. Members of the Select Board, thank you very much for having us. I know we provided you a package, I think, last week. I'd like to just make an opening statement, if you do not mind. And to the Select Board, under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 32, the retirement board members, whether elected, appointed, or serving as a statutory member, has a fiduciary duty to specifically to fund the employees, the employees and the retirees. Although some, and including me on occasion, like to extend that fiduciary obligation, the law is the law. The board, honoring those fiduciary duties, as well as our many years of experience managing and understanding public employee retirement systems, voted in favor of this 2.5% additional COLA increase, above the 3% given. Although we are here to present the information that we hope will lead to the passage of this one-time additional 2% COLA for the Swampscott retirees, this process has taken an unusual path, resulting in your board, and your board only, to make the decision regarding the retirees of the town of Swampscott. As I touched in the package that was previously distributed to you, an important aspect that we hope you will consider is not just Swampscott retirees, but the universe of retirees within our community. Every retired teacher and state retiree living in Swampscott have been granted this additional 2% COLA increase. In those cases, the legislature and the governor signed off on them. Both the House and Senate passed this provision unanimously. Our good friend Governor Baker added on a feature that enables us to come before you rather than town meeting. In making that change, he relied on the recommendation of the Massachusetts Municipal Association. I personally can't begin to estimate how many Swampscott residents rely heavily on Social Security, but those individuals have also received 5.7% and 8.9% COLA increases the past 2 years, more than double the COLAs granted by the Swampscott retirement system. All of us here tonight go about our everyday lives astonished with the inflation that we see virtually every day with everything we buy. This is also true for the retirees, whether on Social Security or public pension. Again, as I touched on the cover letter of your package, it's important to understand that the retired public employees do not receive Social Security benefits for their time spent on while publicly employed. Even more importantly, any they do receive is a very small amount of Social Security for contributions made working in the public sector. And I use myself as an example. I will receive about 1/8 of the Social Security that I paid in over 14 years of working in the private sector. That's called WEP, which is an adjustment that's made. We certainly can discuss the impact on unfunded liability at the end of the funding schedule, but as you'll see, the figures show that in the near future, impact is really nothing in terms of that until 2031. Even with that number, we'll likely be able to smooth out that system, since our system is now working with a more acceptable industry standard of 7% projected rate of return on investments, as well as the fact that the retirement board in Swampscott's system has performed in the top 25% during the life of the fund being in existence. And there are probably other matters that we do know that we would be able to help smooth out if that number became too ominous at the end of the funding schedule. Not that it isn't ominous enough now, but there are tools that we will probably be considering. On a personal note, I believe it is important to you people when you request, I know that hiring new employees in Swampscott departments is something that's very important to this board. But one of the things that I think never needs to be forgotten is that retirement is the benefit that really manages many people's decisions to come here or to come into any community. I think hearing how we treat, as a town, the retirees is an important part of that process when someone is examining coming to Swampscott. We hope that you will consider the vote for support this one-time 2% additional COLA, not only based on our experience and evaluation of its impact, but also on the compassion for the retirees adversely affected by this incredible economic environment. And then finally, just having taken note of this meeting that's preceded us, you know, that here we are as a town talking about our pride, our acceptance, how we treat and welcome the LGBTQ community, as you said, taking care of our properties that mean something to us historically, and to quote Sean, best place to call home. I would hope this one-time 2% raise in the COLA, it wouldn't be every year, would really help out and send a message to our retirees that we understand what's going on in this economy, and this would hopefully help a little. Thank you very much. Bob Powell, which I thought was going to be right next to me, but is our real numbers guy to go over a lot of the different figures and charts we gave you. Not that I can't, but I always find that Bob's expertise is well appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Driscoll.
So I'll just make some brief remarks. You have in your packet all the information that I'll be referring to. I'll first call your attention to the number of communities that have approved the 2% COLA. Presently, there are over 60 communities that have approved the COLAs. And what's interesting about this chart is that there's a range of communities, some of which have funded liabilities over and above ours, and some of them, about 20, have unfunded liabilities that are below ours. So we're looking at communities that are in much worse financial shape than we are that have approved this COLA. The second thing that I'll bring to your attention
If I might just interrupt, though. I was at the retirement conference the last 2 days down the Cape, and I believe that number is probably up closer to 80 as of this conference. There's a couple regional committees, boards that are just waiting to tally the votes from the individual communities, which is a little different. And then several other communities, I just can't remember off the top of my head, stood up and said that they were doing it.
And then also in your packet, we have information about some of the communities that have approved the 2% COLA and the effect on the budget. In Marblehead, they've pegged it as $16,000 per year additional in terms of what the cost would be to the town. In Salem, it was $2.9 million. In Gloucester, it was $2.8 million. Amesbury was $556,000. Our actuary has put the effect of the COLA going from 3 to 5%. The effect on the unfunded liability would be $535,000, going from $36.7 million to $37.3 million. And that the effect in terms of the actual contribution would not take place until 2031 in the amount of $860,000. That's the gross number. Also in your packet is a look at the actual numbers. There are, at the moment, 248 retirees, 64 of which are have retirement benefits under $14,000 per year, and the average retiree is at $24,679. In your packet, you see there's a chart that looks at all 64 employees and what their current monthly pension is and what the net effect of the extra 2% would be. In the case of row number 1, the amount of the annual retirement allowance would go from $1,183 to $1,100. At the far end of, in row 64, we have a person who would be going from $13,584 to $13,857, and that extra 2% would amount to $21 in terms of the increase. There's also a graph where I've looked at what the actual difference would be in terms of monthly dollars to the pensioners, regardless of where they stand. So at the lowest level, for instance, someone who had a pension of $5,000 would receive an additional $100 by going from 3 to 5%, which would be a monthly difference of about $8.33 just for 1 year, and a daily difference of 27 cents for that pensioner. At the other extreme, looking at the average retiree at, say, $25,000, the annual difference would be $280, a monthly difference of $23.33, and a daily difference of 77 cents for 1 year. And that would be the effect on the retirees who are above the $14,000 COLA base. And I think that represents the highlights, and happy to either turn it over to Kevin or whoever else wants to add some commentary or take questions.
I have a quick question. On this blue chart that you provided, where it says of the 248 retirees, 26 are not eligible for COLA because they have not been retired for 1 full year. Will they become eligible once they fulfill their year?
Can you just repeat that?
It says of the 248 retirees, 26 are not eligible for COLA because they have not been retired for 1 full year as of 7/1. So once they reach the year mark, will they then?
Yes.
Yes.
But the COLA, not the one-time COLA.
Not the one-time.
Not the one-time.
Not the one-time.
Okay. Thank
The
you.
yearly COLA discussion we have, and where you may negotiate cost of livings in a contract with the retirement system, it's a COLA hearing, and we vote for COLAs.
Okay.
So it would only be active retirees.
Thank you.
I had a question, just for the Director of Finance, Amy Sarah. You're a member of this board. How does this impact town finance?
I need a microphone.
Thanks, Joe. So I will say I was the dissent vote on this, when you see the 4-1. For the impact on the operating fund, so I will say this does have no impact on the FY24 that was just voted at annual town meeting. But for FY25, it impacts about $80,000.
What was that number?
80,000?
80 or 8?
Yeah, 80. And it's incremental, so our actuary said that it was 500,000 in today money, 860,000 because it gets added to the last end of the funding schedule. So for me, it was just, something the general fund couldn't handle, not only within our financial policy, but within the Prop 2.5. So even if we went for a full, going to Prop 2.5, going to the average 3-year new growth, tax to the max type of community that Swampscott once was, it was just, not going to fit within that guideline.
Thank you, Amy. Questions from the board?
I don't have any questions. I'm in support of it.
Amy, I have a question. I didn't bring any of my notes, and I was just wondering, so we're looking at $80,000 in 2025, and we're looking at over 800,000 at the end, at 2030. That's what you're saying?
I believe it's in 2031.
2031.
2031. 2031.
Right. So, I'm talking about dollars that the town has to pay. Can you also tell me on?
But there is no increase. I'm just concerned with, we provided you Siegel's with the COLA, without the COLA. Yep. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and then in 31 you see the jump. The others stay the same from what the schedule is. Ultimately, it's well, Mary Ellen, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. Continue. I kind of interrupted you. I apologize.
Yeah, you did, but it's okay. All right. So I'll go back to my question on, because I have to look at the budget globally, and I'm trying to understand what the actual impact is on the entire budget. And the other thing I always look at is, what are the increases on health insurance for this population, or just in the town alone? Is health insurance just increasing by 2%, 2.5%? Because I just remember looking at numbers and being on the finance committee, and we're looking at between 4 and 7% increases year after year after year, which is a really serious hit on our finances overall.
Yeah, so since 2019, we've had increases in health insurance between 4.6% and upwards of almost 8%. I do want to clarify that the COLA has zero impact. Like, as the budget as a whole, as Mary Ellen said, but this vote tonight would not change anyone's health insurance rates.
Right.
But yes, we have seen anywhere from 4.6 upwards to 8% increase on those rates.
But the people that this impacts have health insurance obligations as well that are increasing because it's part of inflation, which is why they.
Well, and also because of, once you retired, Kevin knows this better than I do, you immediately go into.
Well, if you're eligible, you go into Medicare, and then.
Yeah.
So look,
Can we just go do some questions first before, some more. Amy, can you go back and just restate what you said earlier when David asked you the question, because I want to make sure I'm understanding it. Specifically your 80,000 number. I don't understand it. You gave us an 80,000 number. Can you tell us what that 80,000 number is again?
Yeah, I apologize. I was looking at a different sheet that I had on the different funding schedules. So Mr. Driscoll's correct that all of the financial impact of this COLA is only in 2031.
Right.
So the period's the letter from...
I got it.
Just to confirm that you have it in your...
Just letting her clarify.
But I do think that one of the things that is always, it's interesting though, I did say at the conference, I said, boy, this could open up a nice door for us, because this legislation has now moved the responsibility here, which, as I always tell people when I go to town meeting and it's a retirement issue, as they open their warrants, I begin to speak French. The thing that's really kind of very unusual about us is, first of all, being thoroughly, completely kind of operating outside of the town government and managing what our responsibilities are, is the famous world of actuarials. So we've been really structuring and making a lot of changes so that by working with, we were kind of out of industry standards on how to do those, and luckily with Siegel and some other advisors in legal, we've kind of got that under control. So for example, by lowering it to 7%, okay, so that gives us a real number. When we used to be like at 9%, if you made 5%, you had a big gap. And so what they've done is created that our actuarials come down, which gives us an easier chance, because the 9% was somewhat unattainable. We do very well, and on a return. So I think that even these numbers on the current actuarial, my firm belief based on my experience, are probably going to not be as big. I also think that, again, we've been very aggressive, and I remember Finance Committee talking about that we've kept a pretty good safety net for emergency situations that break glass, and Marblehead doesn't have it. A lot of these communities don't have it. We've held a tight rein on our funding schedule for the year to complete. I believe we have, how many years could we go further?
We can go to 2040, and we're currently at 2031.
And that's not to say, most people will look at that and say, okay, extending it out a lot further now doesn't really help the impact right now as much. What it does is when you get towards that big number at the end, where Marblehead, for example, is looking at that big number and it's not changing. They have no way to smooth it out. So they're looking at a time bomb where we're looking at, okay, big number coming. I do think at that point, then you deal with your actuarial saying, okay, how do we smooth it? Okay, so that I think that, Lynn, some other communities, I think have put themselves in a bind. So that when you see that number that's always out there, yeah, I understand it's there, but when you look at actuarials and how it's done, to have us have that ability to make some changes going forward. Other communities, and I keep talking about Marblehead, I have never figured out what they were doing. By extending it out that far, they have hampered themselves. And if we ever did hit a recession or two, I don't know what they're going to do. Their last payment will be, bring the town to its knees, quite frankly. So I don't know what they're doing, but it's not something we would ever suggest doing at this point.
So I guess my relating to town money, this is the biggest decision that the select board's ever been asked to vote on using town money. Put ARPA aside, because that's a fiction, right? ARPA's just a one-time ghost that comes to town and gives us money. But for whatever reason, the legislature decided to put it to the select board. I frankly think as though you were very honest in how you assessed it, and that makes me fundamentally uncomfortable, because they did it just to get this done and say, hey, the big bad legislature is not going to force it on you towns, but we're going to make it easier for you all just to do it, to do it. And I'm to be honest with you, like, the finance committee would always chime in on something like this, but here it's not.
We've talked to them about this.
No, that's great.
But actually, I hate to correct you.
Well, I know, but you like to interrupt. We've learned that with Mary Ellen.
It's just the opposite. The legislature wanted it to go to town meeting, just like everything else. Massachusetts Municipal Association, in concert with the governor, said, no, we want the select boards to do it.
No,
it's an interesting concept, because you think the legislature would have wanted to have it made it easier, but they didn't.
Whoever made it want to make it easier was to be able to get it done quicker and with a fix. And I'm just saying, we actually had a resident who just walked out, talked to us about town meetings role and stuff like that, and it strikes me that this is the biggest single vote that I would take to spend town money as a select board member. There's never been a question that's even been close to this dollar amount that I can unilaterally just say yes to.
But the money comes out of the investment income. It doesn't come out of the town budget.
But
well, it doesn't. You're not going to get a bill for the money owed for an additional 3%. Yes, down the road, when we look and the actuarial tables, yes, in 2031. And I believe this board, along with hearing people from town meeting, have always talked about moves that we make as a retirement board and as a retirement system to kind of shift some of the burden back.
You've never heard this board during my tenure say that you should be shifting burdens back. You've never heard this board since I've been on it, say since 2020, that the 2031 should be moved to 2040 or 2033. I've never sat on the board, and I've never heard FinCom, just in all my years of sitting with FinCom, thinking that there's great pride and great financial responsibility. I think that's been actually exclaimed by some members here as well, about the fact, isn't it good that we're on a 2031 funding schedule, that we are equipped to do these things. So I'm just letting you know, I don't get solace in this idea that we have a relief valve, because I think as though that's a relief valve to save us from a catastrophe. It's not a relief valve to save us from, hey, we've just decided to spend a little bit more now or do things. So I hear you, and I'm sensitive to all the points here. Let me just cut to the chase. I would actually like us to ask FinCom their opinion. And have them join the conversation, because we're making a decision that we would never, outside this legislation, we would never make a $500,000 decision. And while earlier when someone talked about the select board making decisions, we have a great authority in our charter. This is the first time I've ever had authority to be able to just sign off on something like this. And so I personally would just want FinCom. I haven't heard their conversations, so I appreciate that you have engaged with them. But I haven't heard those conversations. And so I think I would be more comfortable tabling this and ask FinCom to meet and come back and give us their feedback on it.
So I just want to make one comment, Peter. One is, just so you know that we're on deadlines, because it has to be done before the end of the fiscal year, this move. I know, I'm just sort of, that's just the point of.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
And then secondly, when I look at this number, it's a number that's set in time, but it's not a permanent number. So in 2 years' time, we'll have a new actuarial report that may reduce that number or may increase that number.
Or increase it.
Or increase it.
Right, so I think it's
we're making the best judgment we can with the net figures in front of us, but this number is going to change, right, based on market returns.
Yeah, but that I see that as not a boogeyman. I see that as like we use that to rationalize behavior. The unknown of that, saying in past we have it said, well, the discount rate can go down, it can go up, and we can do these things.
All that is true.
I appreciate you saying that, and we have no disagreement about that, except to recognize, to me, that highlights not a safety valve, it highlights a vulnerability.
Well,
right? It highlights a vulnerability.
There's tremendous uncertainty.
Right, and I think that's where, and it took me a while listening to you. You've actually, outside of our thing, have helped me understand it a lot better than I understood it beforehand. And I don't think the residents get that, and I don't think they understand the number in the budget, and I don't think they really understand the vulnerability of that, and that there is a board, you all, that get to make a significant financial decision that does have significant impacts on our budget that nobody else, including them, have anything to do with, right? And that's the way the system is. It is what it is, right? So no one's really, whether we like it or not, it doesn't matter. But I think so that whole context to me, just, so I hear you. I'm just saying that it's one of these things that.
No, and I get that. And I just wanted to say one last comment, and I don't want to speak for the board. I'm speaking for myself in this regard as a member of the board. But when I look at our number that we present to, to the town meeting in terms of what you have to pay us, is I've always wanted to be within that sort of normal range of whatever it might be, 8 to 9% or so, give or take. So to me, that would be the goal, is to keep that number consistent even through 2031, when that number, when this number of 860,000 hits. Yeah. Right. So that, so we would have levers besides discount rates. Perhaps, worst case, you extend the funding schedule. Best case, maybe you increase the discount rate, or et cetera, right? So there are levers to sort of keep that payment within what I would view as best case.
Yeah.
So I have a couple of observations that I'd like to make.
Go ahead.
I too, like Peter, would like to hear from FinCom on this. I have not sat with these things as long as you all have. You live this all the time. I don't. So I understand that you all came to us with a recommendation, but it worries me that the one no vote was Amy, and she's looking at the global budget of what we have in town and our fiscal responsibility to everyone in town. She sort of wears a different hat in that regard. So to have her be the no vote makes me think maybe we have to dig a little bit deeper with FinCom involved to understand how it interplays with the same sort of similar hats we wear, all of the taxpayers, the financial responsibilities of the town in general. So, and also I sort of don't want to sound disrespectful, but I don't really care what other towns are doing. I care in the sense that they provide a barometer for maybe where we think we should be sitting, but we do take much pride in our financial wherewithal, and it has allowed us to do things that other towns, quite frankly, could not even contemplate. And so in that vein, I just feel like it would be irresponsible if we made this decision without FinCom chiming in and without hearing what they have to say, wearing a different hat than you all wear.
But I would just like to say one thing. That hat that we wear is something that we wear with pride. And no, for 30 years, I haven't misled this town. I haven't done anything but my best. Amy's duty when she walks into our meetings isn't the town. I'm sorry, that's not what the statute says. She opposed it, I understand, and we had this discussion, but a majority of the board that has really done great things. I'm talking about retirees, guys that I worked with when I was a young man who are limping around town. You talk to them. I got a call the other day. He doesn't have a house. Tom, can you help me get into public housing? I'm just saying that this is not a big
The comment
ask.
was not intended to show any disrespect whatsoever.
No, but
so
it's
if you
not,
took it that way,
plus,
I
it's not,
apologize.
to me, personally, it's not a big ask for people who have given their time to the town. That beautiful, accepting, wonderful town that we have, that beautiful downtown we have,
Saying
are
we're not
these
going to
workers?
do it. We're just asking for FinCom to be part of the conversation.
And she's just asking that we do our job, just like you're taking the pride in you doing your job.
Correct.
We all have different jobs and different responsibilities, and again, I appreciate that there's a large number of people that you know, and family members, and legacy things, and people that you want to do well by. We want to do well by them too, but we have a job too. And we're just saying, let's do it, and we're relying on, frankly, I don't want to be the one going back to town meeting to say, oh, by the way, this thing that we have a problem with now, we did that one night in June with 6 people in the meeting, and we didn't talk to you. We didn't talk to our finance committee, because the finance committee is going to give us hell next year if they don't like it, and all of a sudden we have an issue. So
Also,
we're just
I've
saying,
not given a position on this
Yeah,
whatsoever.
we're just saying-
I'm just
go talk
asking
to
for more
finance committee.
information, so, like, that's all.
we're
I'm
glad you're proud of what you do, and we are too, and we're trying just to do the right thing by asking the right questions.
So, look, I just want to share a few perspectives because, look, look, I appreciate the work of the retirement board. I'm in the system. So's Ms. Sarro. And her job as a director of finance and administration is to represent the financial interest of the community, and including the retirees. Like, we're not on different sides of a team here. We're on the same team. I've worked with the retirement board. I came and I pleaded with you. I pleaded with every member of that board last year when my superintendent needed $200,000 to meet her educational needs. In this budget, we spend $6.3 million for our retirees. I don't begrudge a nickel of that. It's a lot of money, though. And let me tell you, every one of the needs, whether it's our assisted daycare program for the senior citizens in our town, we have more seniors in this town that desperately need every nickel that I can find, every nickel I can negotiate out of every contract that I can add to a budget that is so underfunded. And I came to you and I asked you to extend that schedule. Go to your toolbox. Bob, I looked at you and I said, hey, our actuaries, are they looking at our cohorts of survivability? Are they pushing it to a reasonable level? You're at 9, you dropped it to 7, you increased the number in a town budget that is so tight.
You do know the finance committee told us not to extend it.
I respect our finance committee. Please, give me a second.
Well, I'm just
I'm
telling
the
you,
town
just said that we
administrator.
didn't do
I
it.
hear from everybody. I hear from seniors that can't afford to live in this town. I hear from individuals that really are struggling and not getting the services that we are going to provide. And you're here to represent all of our colleagues that served in public life. And that's a small cohort of the individuals that we serve in a big town like Swampscott. We can probably figure this out, but I need some help. And I need this board to kind of think about how we move some things around to help take pressure off of this line, because next year it's $300,000 more. And that's $300,000 more that's going to put pressure on every other department, $6.6 million. And I still haven't figured out how we're going to balance it all out. Neither has Ms. Sarro. And so when you show up with a pretty reasonable request to increase a COLA from 3 to 5, because we all know the price of milk's going up tremendously, and the price of gas, and every member of this board cares about those concerns. But you got to help us. You got to help us with some other things. And you've got to be in good faith so that we can actually see it universally. You may not care about any of those issues. You may not care about the budget or the financial policy that the town has to comport with. But they all impact our collective welfare, and I need help with it.
They do care. I am the liaison to this board, and they do care.
I'm
and
talking about the meetings I had with them, and they wouldn't take
I hear you.
any action.
And I wouldn't have taken action either. So that's a whole separate discussion. But these individuals work very, very hard for retirement and for the town, and we got to lower the temperature in this room right now. Okay? So it's just getting a little uncomfortable, and it has to go to the finance committee. There has to be a conversation.
Can I ask a question? Go ahead. If you want to respond.
The only thing I wanted to say is two things, is the rule of large numbers. So everyone is getting scared of the $535,000.
I think we're closer to 800 and something,
Well,
Kevin.
800
Right.
in 2031.
Mhm.
And, that's a realistic factor of what happens from the compounding factor of year in and year out of the 2% added on to all the retirees.
Mhm.
What we're talking about is $280 because it's 2% of 14,000. 26 of the 248 retirees aren't eligible because they haven't been retired a year. And 64 of the 248 retirees make under 14,000, so the 2% will be on a lower number than the 14,000. So, for each individual, it has a lot of impact, but it's a small number. Now, granted, through the compounding effect of what it does over the course of time and over the course of through the years, yes, it is a big number, and yes, your determined contribution is accelerating and going up, and then in 2031, it falls off the table, goes from 5 million down to 1 million, 1,000,003.
Well, let's not forget, we have unfunded OPEB right after there, so yes, it does fall off the table, however, we got to talk about the elephant in the room.
All I'm saying is that and you have correctly pointed out, the board is very, very concerned about managing and being a good fiduciary for the town. You've sat in, and I appreciate you sat in for our discussions. All I would ask is that if you can accelerate this discussion with the FinCom, because come June 30th, it's a moot point. We can't do it. So I don't know what the mechanics are involved for you to be able to discuss this over with the FinCom, but
I think we can expedite that too, because Eric has sat in our last 3 or 4 meetings that we've had, so he's very aware of what we're doing. But, just my only final comment is I've got 2 messages here to extend the funding schedule, to smooth things out, and to not do it. So, we try to do what we can.
The only message we have right here on the table, Tom, is
We need to talk to
get Finance Committee, get a meeting with Finance Committee, and let's get a recommendation from Finance, and then we go from there.
That's not a universal request, but.
Amy, what's the next meeting of FinCom?
FinCom doesn't have one booked, but I'll reach out to
We'll
our
have to
department
book
in the
it.
morning.
Yeah, they're going to love us for this one.
Can I ask a clarifying question? There's no impact on this. I think we all agree now, and I'm not sure what basis in which you voted against it, Amy, if you thought there was an impact next year or not. But I think we all agree there's no impact on the budget, as long as I can see. From this, we're talking about this issue right here, right? Is that clear? We all agree it's 2031 that there's an issue?
Correct.
Okay, so we need to go back to FinCom to ask them whether or not we can make a 2% increase for very low, marginally paid folks.
So you have
Because we need an opinion for 8 years from now.
Yeah.
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 'cause
Okay.
Actually, yeah.
Yes,
I think
that's
that's the
exactly right.
relationship we built with FinCom, and I think as though Sean
We
can.
owe them that.
64 people listed on this list. Sean can pull out 64 town employees, which presents 10% of our entire workforce currently that are low-paid employees. So, I appreciate the part about big numbers, scary numbers. We can all make numbers look the way we want to look at it. But this is still an $800 and some odd thousand number, and I'm telling you as a select board member, I never made a decision that's $800 and some odd $1,000, whether it's for today or in the future. I've advocated for town meeting, I've advocated for FinCom to recommend a town meeting and do those things, so I stand by that, but I think this is consistent with the faith that we've actually built with FinCom to be able to say if we're doing it, we're doing it, because the truth is, it's 64 individuals that currently in our schedule, or 60-something individuals here, and that literally represents about 1/10 of the headcount combined school and town, just to give you order of magnitude, and we're talking about $800,000. Those same, whether it's 62 current town employees or more, are all going to be at the table looking to negotiate a contract. And the money comes from somewhere. So I hear you. You would like to do it tonight. I believe FinCom's just, given the good faith and relationship we built with them over the years, it's prudent for us to talk with them. So with that, I would make a motion to.
Peter, could I just make one?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to just clarify something. I know, Kate, you may not care what other towns do with respect to retirement, but when we proposed the last COLA base, we created a 3-point metric by which we would agree to increase the COLA base again, and 2 of those measures were measured against other towns, just for the record.
Because that's what the FinCom had asked us to do.
Yeah, but we didn't.
Right.
Just to kind of put that out there, I think there's other retention. I hear you about Katie's point. I think she's spot on. Which is there are other, when we talk about employee retention and being able to attract them, you're right, retirement is one thing, but there's so many other things that are relevant to that consideration. I understand you're advocating and we're looking at one thing. You are right, that is a consideration, but it has to sit in context of the greater thing. So just like smaller numbers may sway us more than bigger numbers, I hear you, you're not wrong. Like, you are absolutely right in everything you're all saying. Like, all of you are not wrong in anything you're saying, but it's all about which perspective you're coming from and what you feel like you need to answer here. And I think right now we're not, only one member's articulated an opinion, and it was a good opinion for you. And the rest of us have said, let's have FinCom come back and we're going to feel better about it.
Would it help too if we get involved to try to expedite with Finance Committee?
No, I think we're pretty good at
Okay.
getting FinCom to meet, but you're certainly, it's a public meeting, you're going to be welcome to be there for it. There's no secrets in it. It's
Oh, no.
about having
no.
a conversation about.
I think we also did supply this to them already, right? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eric has
Sorry,
it,
David.
so it's not
Eric, yeah.
foreign.
And I just wanted to, for something that Bob said, 26 out of the 70 communities have funding schedules that are worse than ours. So that just, you had said there were a number of them.
I think that's the sort of rhetoric that I was saying I don't really prefer to hear, because I am not.
I understand.
I am not judging our financial responsibilities based on the lack of responsibilities of other towns.
Yeah,
That's the
And
sort of the point I was trying to make that I ineloquently made earlier. Not that I don't care about what other towns are doing, but
I'm mostly trying to suggest that we're not an outlier in this request.
Sure.
I think that's my point.
Sure. I just want to make the best financial decision for us, regardless of what other towns are doing based on our
And I
financial
appreciate that.
protocols.
Yeah.
That is what I mean to say.
But of course, you know, we have to compare ourselves against our universe as to how we're doing, as to, you know, what our funding percentage is, what our discount rate is. We look at all the other communities. You know, we do appreciate our uniqueness in a lot of respects, but when we go to FinCom, they do ask us, well, where do we stand in the universe? That's something that they want to know, so.
John?
And some things are in our
Hey,
control.
Bob, hold on, sorry. David, go ahead.
I just want to jump in here for 1 second.
Can you just speak into the microphone?
Oh, yeah,
I
I'm
can't
sorry.
hear you on Zoom.
I keep forgetting that move.
My name is John Bandy. Normally, they don't give me the mic, but
This is true.
I understand. These numbers are overwhelming. I get it. But I wanted to give you a little bit of comfort because I think that the level has come down. Now we're actually talking, so I appreciate that. I just want to let you know, a former chief here, I think we have the best retirement board around. Myself, I'm an employee of almost 40 years at the police department. I've volunteered my time here for 28 years. Tom has 30 years, okay? We've done about 14 to 15 actuaries, maybe because we get used to it all the time. We grew this portfolio from 34 million up to almost 78 million as of this past March. We give you this data because what I always say to Mary Ellen is math is truth. We wanted to disclose it. So we just wanted to come here today to give it to you, make sure that you had everything there. We are very highly regulated, and we just wanted to give you as much data. And so if it's overwhelming, Tom, Chief, Bob, he is the man when it comes to math. He can answer any questions you want. We just want to let you know that this is something that has to be addressed. It does have what I call a sunset date. I also, just my last sentence, Tom, which is history. You got to understand where funding schedules came from. The reason, if you study pensions and so forth, okay, the employee from day one has always paid his amount. They pay almost 9 plus 2 now. They're paying almost $1.3 million. The town is paying for past times that weren't paid, so you have your normal cost. That normal cost is important. If you notice, in 2030, the reason why we put it there, it gives us time. We sit, and I think we have the best retirement board around. We're asking for your support, and we will work with you. So I just thank you for the mic.
So, if okay, I would make a motion to continue this to our June 26th meeting at 7:30.
It's a Monday.
What?
It's a Monday.
As long as you guys bring birthday cake.
Is it your birthday?
Yeah, I'll make it. I'll come.
Cookie cake?
I could have some
What?
leftover from
Cookie
the
cake,
19th.
Tom?
Whatever.
Okay.
Maybe
Right.
something gluten-free.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
We'll see you
Thank
back
you.
here.
Yeah, we'll be back on
Except
the, but make sure that you let Eric know. I'll let him know too. Bob and I will be there.
I think he already knows, to be fair.
Thank you.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who was on earlier?
All right. We'll move on to a discussion and an update on the Hadley School, Hawthorne by the Sea, and 12 to 24 Pine Street RFPs. So with that,
Want me to?
Yeah, I can kick it over to you.
All right, so I'm gonna go pretty quickly, and please stop me. I don't mean to exclude any information, but frankly, the updates at this point aren't that many. Starting with 1224 Pine Street, due diligence on the property continues. The environmental and geotechnical engineers have finished with their on-site testing, and now we're just expecting to get lab results and analysis back to us in the next 10 days or so. So nothing to report about that, except that is ongoing to do it. We have a draft RFP that's being reviewed by town council. I think the expectation or the... David.
I'm sorry, can we just, in public, adjourn our meeting? I just realized we haven't done it. Apologize.
Sure.
Okay.
It's time for a motion to adjourn. Sal, second. Green. All in favor, Driscoll. Aye. Thank you. I didn't want to get in trouble.
So there's a draft RFP that's being reviewed by town council, and I think we anticipate that draft RFP will be on our next meeting to begin the conversation for the first of 2 readings of that draft RFP. So that will be made publicly available before our meeting for members of the public to review and for us to review, so we can have a public discussion about that RFP on the 26th.
Yeah,
right?
will that also be posted on the town website?
I'm sure it can be. So, yeah, so Marcy, if you can just make sure about that, to get that draft RFP posted. So that's it. Our closing date's still June 6th, 17th? July. God, I'm having a J problem tonight. January, June, July. July 17th?
Yes.
July 17th is our closing date. That's also the end of our due diligence period, so they coincide with each other at the time.
You're saying the RFP is the 26th?
Correct. We'll be on the agenda.
January.
Did you want the draft?
6/26.
Sorry, Barbara, just a clarification, did you want the draft RFP posted on the project page? Because we would not post it under, sort of like under procurement.
Yeah, it's a draft, so people can read it ahead of our public discussion about it.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
With regard to the Hadley School, we are in the process of engaging a consultant, as we mentioned that we were going to do previously. The town's in the process of engaging and soliciting proposals of a consultant to assist us with the drafting of an RFP. That would be consistent with town meeting's vote and the underlying zoning. So that we are still in the proposal stage to get that going. So I suspect that the RFP drafting process will commence before the end of the month, but it hasn't commenced as of this date. The schedule that we previously articulated, I think we're still trying to hold, which is to have an RFP out in the market before the end of the summer so we can start giving tours, even though it would extend into the school year, have a period of time in August at least where tours could be given without interference of the school day. Once we get into the school year, we're going to need to find early morning and late afternoon tour hours to not interfere with the school. So we're trying to do everything we can to facilitate getting as many of those tours, if you will, into the buildings in August. Now I'm just going to ace. Jesus. So that's the Hadley School update. And then Hawthorne, last but not least, and I'm going to just go through it. We're going to post online Doug Thompson and myself had worked on the questionnaire, which ultimately was submitted to town meeting, relative to getting a sentiment of town meeting specifically about the future use of the Hawthorne. And I will say we have been criticized by both those wanting open space and those not wanting open space, so I think our thinking as though the questionnaire was pro-open space or the questionnaire was anti-open space. So since we've been roundly criticized by both, I think we probably got the questionnaire right. So we're going to post online the results of that, or ask the community development director to post that online so that people can see where town meetings proposal responses were. And then we can also have a conversation here as well.
And were all the respondents town meeting members?
Yes, there is a system put in place that when you responded, you need to respond with an email address that the town moderator recognized as your official town meeting email address, so that he helped us discern whether or not there was redundant or duplicative responses or responses from an email address that he couldn't recognize from a town meeting member.
Thank you.
And I think as though we were up to 205 responses.
So wait,
which
if a
is-
town meeting member used a different email address, the moderator didn't?
Well, the moderator,
include them?
well, they were,
Made decisions?
they were, no. Again, how you ask your question matters, because you just made it sound like it's being manipulated. It's not. The town moderator, when he sent out instructions, informed people that in order to do that, they would need to put an email address that is consistent with the email address that we had for them as town meeting members.
Okay.
So may I suggest in the future we just say, so how was that done so town meeting members knew to do that, as opposed to make it seem like... Yeah, I know, but again, I think there's
You
enough...
gotta have a more positive outlook on there.
I believe your question was not the positive outlook, and
Well, that's your opinion.
I think there's enough cynicism out there about
All right,
government.
That's your opinion.
It is my opinion that there's enough cynicism about their government, and I'm proud, frankly, of how Doug and I work together. I'm proud of how the moderator helped bring it to a reality, because neither Doug nor I were going to use the technology to bring it to town meeting members, and I'm proud of the fact that the town moderator by himself is the one that kept following up and got 205 responses out of 300. I think we only have 300 town meeting members at the moment.
Well, I would like to take some credit for being a thorn in the side of the town moderator to continue to follow up with people.
And I'm proud of Doug. I'm proud of Doug taking credit for being a thorn in the side of the town moderator. So I'm proud of all those things. So those are my updates, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board on any of those updates? Okay. We will move on to election of officers and have a discussion of officers for this board, for chair and vice chair.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion. I really appreciate how you stepped in with Dave, with Doug. Oh my God. With Neil retiring and not running again, and you have done it really seamlessly. And I really appreciate that, because the timing of how we have town elections and how we have town meeting is absolutely backwards. It's totally backwards to elect someone and then 2 weeks later ask them to sit at town meeting and to advocate or not for things that have been in the works for the last year, if not more. And I hope that soon we revisit that to be consistent with other communities. Not that we care about other communities, but they might have it right here, which is Marblehead, for example, does it the other way around. So you stepped in at a really busy time with a lot of stuff going on, and frankly, I don't know how you did it, because you did it. You didn't ask for a heck of a lot of help, and so I really appreciate the fact that you just owned it and you did it. So with that being said, I would make a motion. And secondly, let me just say this: I also appreciate the import of having a vice chair that can complement your skill sets and knowledge. And I benefited from several vice chairs when I was chair that complemented and had different skill sets. So with that, I would make a motion to have you serve as chair for the upcoming fiscal year, and Katie Phelan as vice chair.
I second that motion.
Okay. All in favor?
Well, discussion.
Oh, discussion, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for taking it on.
Yep.
Nice job.
My condolences.
Next, we will move on to the approval of the consent agenda designed to expedite the handling of routine and miscellaneous business. The select board may adopt the entire consent agenda with one motion. At the request of any board member, any item may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda for discussion.
I want to take out the liquor licenses.
Liquor license for...
We have 2 liquor licenses, don't we?
No, it's an entertainment license.
Entertainment
Oh, I'm
license.
sorry. Take out the liquor license and the entertainment license.
Okay. Okay.
But the minutes are fine.
So can I make a motion to approve the consent? motion?
Well, should we have a discussion
Oh, you want to
on,
discuss
on
taking
the,
them
on
out?
the entertainment license?
No, I think that we take a vote on the consent agenda minus those two, and then we take up the other two.
Got it,
That's what I was
all
going
good.
to see. Good thing I'm complimenting
Yeah.
David.
Your first official act as a chair, and you're like, what the heck? If I had known you were screwing that up, I would have
So I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Complimentary skills.
There you go.
Love it.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
And now we can talk about the entertainment license, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, so let's talk about it.
So which is the first one on?
The entertainment license.
So the entertainment license, I just wanted to, is this a renewal of an entertainment license? Or is this a new entertainment license? Does anybody know?
I don't know if it's a renewal. I assume that it was a new license.
Okay, so the concerns that I have are, and I just want to recap, the yacht club is a private club, right?
Yep.
A private not-for-profit club. My understanding is it's about 70% Swampscott, 30% non-Swampscott. There's nobody, is there anybody, anybody here for this? And
I feel like that must
on the so I have actually a couple applications here. There's, under Part 4 that I have on this application, it doesn't list out the TV monitors.
It
I think
does,
we
it
have
does on
two-
the second page. It looks like there's like an echo.
Yeah, I think there's like a
Where's one?
duplicative page, Mary Ellen.
Just go to the next page.
Okay, you know
you'll
what,
see it.
I have two. I don't know how I got two.
No, it's
See, yeah, see, it, mine says entertainment, conviction. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
That's what
Right, I mean,
Right.
I was given, I have two, and one is, I,
Okay, we have two copies of page 2.
and one
they're
has
not the
a,
same.
And they're not the same document.
Yeah.
they're not the
No.
same document.
And there's an alarming
And one-
check mark on one of them.
Yes.
So can we not,
Yeah,
so can we just table
Table
this
it.
tonight, please, as
And we'll
opposed to go through the, because I think there's some things checked that maybe we shouldn't be publicly discussing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So if we can
Yeah.
table
There
that.
wasn't a specific, was there a specific date when this wanted to take effect? Do we have any issue with
It
that?
took effect like 10 years ago. Just so you know. They may be asking for the permit now, but
Okay.
they didn't wait for the permit.
Yeah, well,
No, they don't have, this is for live entertainment. This is-
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna stick with what I said, but,
And projector and trivia.
Okay.
but there will be no, again, I love the language, such a tire to expose or to view any portion of the areola
Yeah.
of the female breasts. Or any portion of, I can't even finish it. It's unbelievable.
let's
This is
not-
this needs to be
It's
modified.
unbelievable. This is
Antiquated,
it's a bit antiquated. Can we please,
yeah.
that probably is
know,
matching
maybe
state law
Probably
somewhere.
illegal, it's probably illegal.
It's unbelievable. I cannot believe this is the,
probably-
but anyway, so if we table that and go to liquor license now,
yeah,
that'd be awesome.
yeah, Dee, can we just confirm the contents, because they don't match?
Yeah,
Please.
that's a little way of just texting.
I mean, you do see that, right?
Yeah.
Well, let's move on.
She doesn't know.
So I just want to, again, the other thing I would just say is, for liquor licenses, we have a sign-off process, right? So this means someone had to look at this entertainment license if it made it to us without comment, but we can't tell from this who reviews them and.
Yeah, we'll come up with another form. Yep,
Or just get this one to work.
I got you.
Okay.
All right, so they're coming back on this?
You should have a signed one.
We do
You
by
talking about the liquor license?
the
Yeah.
applicant, we have a signed one.
No, so we're done with the
No.
entertainment, now we're coming
Entertainment
back,
license, we need, I'll
just fix
I'll
that. Now we're
create a new
coming to the
form for
liquor
this.
license. So the question I have on the liquor license, liability insurance, the insurance company is forwarding, who do they forward it to, and has that been already forwarded?
They forwarded to Angelica, and yes, she has it.
So it can be yes now?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the big question I have here, this is a party at Linscott Park in the gazebo. Does that mean that this public park gets closed?
No.
No. So the park stays open? Okay. And then, how do they, does it even matter, how do they monitor people
Consuming alcohol outside.
consuming alcohol? Like, what happens if you have little kids coming in? Like, what's the mechanism
If they,
to prevent little kids?
if we find that minors are drinking alcohol.
That's not the question.
Do they fence, is
Yeah, is it like a beer
is
garden
it-
where it's fenced
yeah.
off, or is it just open the public?
I would expect that there's some type of, control over the distribution of alcohol. We can get an update and we can, provide you with some additional information on that.
Well, right, but in fairness, the question is actually a pretty obvious and fair question. She asked some really good questions. This is an obvious one, but the event is on June 23rd,
Right.
and this is something
I don't want to
that,
slow them down.
no, but it's a very fair, reasonable question, which is, we're not closing the park, so there's not fences. Or maybe there is fences, or is it wristbands, or is it,
What is it?
Well, can we just put that in there? Can
Don't
we
they have
add
to have
that?
wristbands?
That there'll be wristbands?
There's got to be some risk management that's in place. I mean, they shouldn't be held to a lower standard than any of our other events.
Yeah, I'm just going to be honest with you. This is unusual in the sense that there is no perimeter, there's no premises plan, which for every liquor license holder, and even one-day liquor license holders, we know the premises.
All right, what's the date on this one?
23rd.
23rd or June 30th if it rains.
So they're going to get married
June.
a week later?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's raining.
No, this is.
Celebration.
This is a celebration of the wedding, not the
Celebration.
actual wedding.
Yeah, they say a wet knot ties tighter.
So what do we do? Because, I want to, can we make a change to this? I mean,
We can make a change to whatever we want.
all right, so can we just insist on risk management by saying that they have to have armbands?
I would say, you can say, to have, alcohol shall only be served by individuals that, are wearing a wristband or some,
Well,
Two, not by.
Well, they're already going to be, it's going to be served, I mean,
Served too.
Paradiso's restaurant is, their liquor license is at
know.
risk. So
That's right.
everyone's going to be tip certified.
David, you're intimately involved with how the beer gardens are run. So what is the normal expectation?
Their license not at risk. They're seeking a one-day license. Their license for their restaurant has anything to do with this. It just happens that they have another license. This is a one-day license. I'm just saying that, so I just don't want to conflate the fact that they have another license somewhere.
Typically.
They are tip certified, so there's that issue for the bartender. But I'm just saying that I don't believe if they violate a one-day license, I don't think that gives us recourse against another license in another place held by them.
I just
No.
want to understand what the standard is. We typically hold people to serving.
We quarter off the
in
area,
park.
and only individuals that,
Have a wristband.
With wristbands served by
Okay,
tip certified.
but so then what we're gonna do is we're gonna block out an area, so we're gonna limit an open space. I don't want to block out an area.
I think the
I'm just
wristband, we
asking
can
what the
put
normal
something in here for a
protocol is.
wristband and ID
There is.
somebody.
Let's do the wristbands, IDs, and get an idea from
Are we
Chief
ex-
Casada as to how this can be, how this risk management can be handled. Sean, please.
Sure.
And I just have, are we exposed to any liability here? Like, if it's not coordinated off, I mean, I can,
Well, they have their liability insurance.
Yeah,
but we still would
but
get
the
sued
answer
anyway.
is, it's on public
Yes.
town property,
Right.
and the answer is yes.
Yeah.
So the answer is yes. The insurance is just we would point to our insurer.
So
So
is this
they
a-
would point to their insurer, and
Is this a good idea?
Are we assuming you guys know that, I mean, it says there are 12 other one-day permits have been approved year to date. Is that for this area?
No.
No,
No.
that's in general.
Okay.
Yeah, the only issue I have with this is that it's on Linscott Park in the open. Not that we give them a one-day liquor license. We have done that, and we can do that. I just don't like.
We haven't done it in the park.
In the park, that is what I have.
Yeah.
That is what causes me pause.
We've done it in parking
And-
lots, we've done it in, lawns.
But the municipality
High
has.
school.
But the
Municipality-sponsored events have. That's where we're controlling it. We have.
Yes.
Now, they are going to have a police detail, so I'm just throwing that out there. It says it right here. So I'm just,
Like to make sure we just have every mechanism we can in place to limit our liability. That's all.
But I mean, we have liability if someone.
We do.
If
We have
someone trips and falls.
$1 million blanket liability policy, so.
we have municipal
Yep.
caps too, but that doesn't,
That,
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you know.
I know.
I have to, I have to be honest. I'm really uncomfortable with it, and I don't want to be. I want to say absolutely here. But without fencing it in, which I don't want to do because it's a public park. No, what do you think, Doug?
I think the wristband is fine.
I think,
We're sending the message that they need to be accountable for their guests, and we're allowing them to use the public space to do that. We trust that they're gonna do that responsibly. They have 50, it's a wedding, they know the people.
Police detail, wristband.
I do think that we need a policy for third parties to use public spaces and to do this. We need a policy. We can't be in a position.
We'll come up with one.
Yes.
Yep.
And again, there is a fundamental difference between the town, for a town-sponsored sanctioned event happening in public space versus a private party or non-town party trying to use it, and I think we got to establish that. I mean, even for the town events,
I think there's
we are careful about premises fencing,
Yep.
unless there's huge rainstorms and winds, but we're good, we're careful about premises fencing, and we do the things, and the beer garden's a perfect example. They have abided by the things that we're all talking about here, right?
Yep.
Which is, it's a controlled area. Anybody in the controlled area is ID'd or braceleted if under 21 are allowed in the controlled area, so.
So what do other towns do?
They quarter off the.
No, Sean, read the crowd on that one.
Let's just say Mazel Tov and move on to these.
All
Are
right,
we gonna
I would
vote on
make a
this?
motion to approve the one-day liquor license with the condition that all provisions be made for braceleting all participants.
Well, provisions be made for risk management. We just have to make sure the wording is right? Risk management, that there are wristbands.
Yeah, and that the police chief is.
That there has to be a detail. They applied for a detail, but there has to be a detail.
Right.
Yep. Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks.
Happy wedding day, guys.
Town administrator report.
Okay, we have some information on our town website regarding mental health services. Anybody in need of any support or resources, you can get them at swampscottma.gov and reach out to Interface. We have an outpatient mental health referral system and information about a number of mental health resources through Mass Helpline. This past week, we have been working with Mission on the Bay. We've had dozens of trucks bring rubble to stabilize the wall at Mission on the Bay. Town staff are working with them to help ensure that they can safely reopen. They anticipate opening up this weekend. We have not issued an occupancy permit. Tomorrow, we will go out and make some inspections. They were using flowable fill to fill up the void underneath the building over the last couple of days. As we discussed earlier, I've been working with the chair of the Historic Commission on both the Glover and the Pittman House. I did have a staff meeting last week and discussed a lot of the work that went into town meeting. We talked about a number of ways that we can continue to improve. There are a lot of projects, initiatives, and activities that follow up from town meeting, but certainly appreciate the work of town department heads and staff. The FY23 budget is wrapping up. We have frozen a number of budgets. We likely will lock up a few more next week, and we are looking at unexpended funds and opportunities to transfer funds to address a number of outstanding issues. We did discuss capital planning and the need to really get busy putting together the FY25 capital plan. Trying to reach out to the chair of the Capital Improvements Committee and really go over a busy schedule of meetings this summer to really help address that 30-year vision. We can't just be looking at the next 5 or 10 years. We really have to see life cycles of capital replacements. As I mentioned, I plan on providing the board with a more detailed update later this month on water and sewer and drainage repairs that are going to be needed, and some of those numbers are going to be significant. We have talked about, broadening the Hawthorne visioning effort with some of the community programs that we have over the next few months. A lot of the recreation events and programs are going to have opportunities for citizens to really share some of their ideas about what we can do with the Hawthorne property. This week I met with officers from Reach Arts and I went over some concerns and challenges that they're having with the facility. I plan to meet with them over the next few weeks. Marzi Alaska, Max Casper, and Steve Cummings joined me in this meeting, and it's my hope that we can help them with a number of challenges that they're facing. Zoning articles have been sent to the AG's office. I did meet with Max to go over a number of town projects. We are busy working on the town hall garage. This is the floor that fell out last summer after one of our events.
2 falls ago.
What's that?
2 years ago.
2 years ago, I'm sorry. And so we are going to be filling the basement of the former carriage house or the garage. We had a steel dropping ceremony for the new school, and there's a meeting scheduled, neighborhood meeting, to discuss roadway improvements next week for the new school. We did hire an assistant town clerk. We have Swampscott resident Michael Brisson joining our staff. He'll be starting on June 12th. We have posted for the new administrative assistant position for the fire department that was approved at this year's town meeting. And currently I'm working with staff to go over their annual evaluations. Have met with our Council on Aging Director to discuss some staffing challenges and some of the pressure that she has with expanding services and a number of needs that we have. Heidi and staff are doing a terrific job with evolving that adult care program, and certainly we're seeing additional demands for that service. Recreation is busy. We have a lot of events over the next month. We have a Harbor Fest this weekend from noon to 5 at Fisherman's Beach. A Mechanical Shark will be new this year. We do have liability insurance for that, but it would be great if a few select board members jumped up on that thing. We have our June 15th celebration on Juneteenth celebration on June 15th. Strawberry Festival is June 25th, and we are lining pickleball courts. DPW is busy with a number of priorities and working on capital plans. Number of trees have been planted, 37 last week. A lot of geraniums before Memorial Day. And as I mentioned earlier at the beginning of the meeting, I did have a very eventful meeting with the Secretary of Environmental Affairs, Tepper, to discuss the Kings Beach cleanup. I do want to thank Mike Sweeney and town staff and residents for the work to coordinate for Memorial Day. It is a special day, and it's important for us to take time and remember how many sacrifices are made for us. Thank you, David, for your remarks, and certainly want to congratulate General Andrea Gale Bennett for her appointment as the Undersecretary of Veterans Affairs. It's a real feather in Swampscott and the city of Lynn's cap to have somebody elevated to that important position. I do think she will be extraordinarily helpful in helping veterans, but also helping Swampscott and our region serve our veterans. That's my report. I'm sorry. I do want to give an update on the police hiring before somebody asks me. We had 65 total applicants, and we had 38 individuals pass the test. Only 20 took the PAT test, and Initially, we had 6 candidates that came through a first round. We had a number of individuals take a second PAT test because we had a conflict. So the chief has, gone through a first round of interviews. He's going through that second round of interviews with the remaining 7 candidates that took that second round of PAT tests. I expect to hear from the chief the week of June 12th, next week, with some recommendations.
Thanks, Sean.
And what about the sergeants and lieutenants and whatever?
I have a recommendation from the chief, and we'll be meeting on Monday to go over a number of recommendations that he has presented. We'll schedule some interviews, and I'll go through that process.
This has been going on a long time, and do we have a date when we're gonna, out of all of these candidates here, the new candidates, do we have a date when we're going to choose a candidate and get them into the academy? I mean, we had a test, I think it was February.
Can you go through the dates to help us understand? Because I think there was a reason.
Yeah.
Can you just please go through the dates, or at least
months?
Again, I just want to talk about the premise of the question.
Sure.
Because I don't want the question to be stated as fact, if it's not fact. You want a minute, and we'll go on and come back?
Yeah, just 1 second, Peter, actually. So the hiring process started in December of 2022, included in March. We had 65 total applications, 38 passed, 20 took the PAT.
Can you just please go slowly?
Yep. I'm sorry.
For a second.
20 took the PAT, 13 passed the physical aptitude test, or the PAT, on March 19th and April 15th. Oral boards were conducted on March 30th, the week of May 15th, 2023. Background check were assigned on April 10th. Completion date was May 10th, and the chief's interview was the week of May 22nd, and the candidates from round 2 will be were anticipated to be the week of June 5th, but they were not scheduled due to conflicts with the screening committee. I just want to be clear, I have nothing to do with the process up until it sits with the town administrator. So these delays are as frustrating to me as they would be to anybody. I actually have talked to the chief about a different type of process, because it can't possibly take us this long to hire a police officer. And I do think that we need to sit down and have a conversation with the union about making some changes. Every community in the country is struggling with hiring. We cannot be successful if it's going to take us this long to roll through a program. When we left civil service, we didn't want to create another civil service system that jammed us up and created delays in the hiring process. So I do think we've learned some things, but I do think we have to sit down and figure out how we fill these important positions. So I share these concerns, Mary Ellen. I don't want you to think that this is exactly the way I want to see it roll up, but I will work with the chief and a few of the other stakeholders to come up with a better strategy for how we address these vacancies.
I think that'd be great, because I think that if you have candidates taking tests and physical tests, the worry is losing good candidates and consistently losing them.
Agreed. I think, we've got to be nimble too. If we know that the state police are having an exam Monday, we reschedule ours. Like, we should be, good about that. And I'll take responsibility for some of this stuff.
I think there was an issue with weather on that.
No, it wasn't whether it was civil service. After the town announced the police department announced its physical aptitude test, the civil service then did a test on the same day, which caused a lot of the applicants to choose doing the statewide civil service test over that.
Right.
And so then we If you recall, we had a conversation because less than a third of the people that passed the test showed up, we're going to do the physical fitness test, and we're like, that doesn't sound right. Why would you pay for a test, take a test, pass a test, and then when it comes to the physical aptitude test, only a third of you sign up to take it, and because of this. So they went ahead and rescheduled it and had a second physical aptitude test.
Right.
So I think, so that's, I agree with you. I mean, I guess I share a concern, I share a different concern. I'm not concerned about losing good candidates, I'm concerned about us not finding good candidates. Because losing them is premised upon finding them. And I'm going to say this again, I don't, I believe out of this whole thing, 65 applicants, they have currently rolled up one recommendation to you. And I'm just going to tell you that from a hiring perspective, when we're talking about a job that...
Out of this round, you mean?
Yep.
Okay.
Out of 65 applicants, one name has been rolled up.
Right.
And others haven't been rolled
hope
up
that
because...
there'll be a few more.
Well, the others haven't been rolled up because they took the later physical aptitude test, but they rolled up the one before the other ones finished their process, which was necessitated because the process had a scheduling snafu. So from my perspective, when we're talking about hiring, I mean, I've talked about this before, I've rarely on a recommendation from you for department have I've never, or anybody have I've never supported it, right? But the one time was when the town administrator, before you, wanted a building inspector and he wouldn't answer the question of how many applicants he had. And he wouldn't answer the question about just, you don't need to tell me the names and whatnot, but I want to know that your search was a legitimate search and it yields those results, right? When we're talking about a position like this, that is a 20, 25, 30-year position with, respectfully, the greatest power anybody employed by the town of Swampscott is going to get, which is a gun, a badge, and the ability to affect civil liberties and civil rights of people. I'm not saying you're not. I think you're absolutely on the same page with me. I'm
not taking it that way. Go ahead.
Yeah, I worry that we're not finding the best candidates, and so I would rather lose a couple if it means that we're finding them. But I don't want to lose them either. But I'm concerned that these numbers don't make me feel good. It feels like if 65 apply and 38 pass, okay, that's fine, but then why did only 20 out of 38 people that passed ultimately take the physical aptitude test? Why didn't more take that test? What would cause people, and it may be, I would just suggest maybe we can do some after cause kind of investigation just to understand that. What was it that would cause, roughly 50% of, the people who passed to take the next step, right? They've already applied, they already paid money for the test, and we have them pay money to make sure they're serious, right? They took the test, they passed the test, and the next stage they don't show up to, right? I'm interested in, so that we get to the end and we have more people and that we're not rolling up one person as opposed to doing it. I'm glad that you're waiting for them to roll up the rest of the recommendations because I think everybody needs to be viewed in the context of the whole class that's being rolled up. It doesn't mean that we have any good applicants. It just means that we have greater confidence because we at least see the choices of being here. So I agree. It would be great to do it faster. I hope you work on a process that allows you to do it faster.
There are other communities that have left civil service that post their positions on MMA, and they seem to have the ability, to post individual positions, and they can fill them much more expeditiously. I think it would be helpful if we tried a few different methods, because filling these positions is a critical responsibility and it's a critical public safety responsibility. And I think we all share that desire. I don't think there's anybody that doesn't want to really find the most effective way to fill these positions with qualified candidates. And it's my hope that we can find a better way. It's just not working. I don't think anybody intended or thought that we'd struggle with these challenges, and I do think it's a challenge nationally. There's not a department around that is finding it easy to hire police officers. These jobs are more and more complex, and they are challenging, and we have a lot of folks that are really struggling in that field, and so we have to think differently about how we approach recruiting and perhaps even retaining some of these individuals.
So you're saying there's a second, I'm sorry, Doug, there's a second, so there's one, so one candidate was moved forward or advanced, whatever you want to call it, and then there's another pool that has to get interviewed, but there's no schedule for that when those people are being interviewed?
Chief originally gave me a schedule for that. but that slid. And so, you know, he originally was hoping to, you know, have the second round of candidates to me by next week. The screening committee is comprised of 3 members of the police department and 2 citizens, of which you were part of the last round. They have not been able to schedule, and so that is pushing that date.
Well, I gotta be honest with you, I'm disappointed listening to this.
Have you had a conversation with the chief about, you know, how he feels about the process? Is he frustrated, or does he think that they're moving forward as fast as
I
possibly
do think the chief's
can,
frustrated, yeah, and I think he's, you know, I talked to him today about it, and we talked about some of these similar options, and I think he's eager to, you know, employ a few different strategies.
And Sean, what are other communities doing in terms of?
It's getting old, David.
No,
Kidding.
No. What are other non-civil service communities doing to enhance the hiring opportunities? I mean, are they having one test a year and hoping for the best? Are they having are they having rolling testing?
Concord's posting for a position, you know, on the MMA website. You can go look at it. You know, they're hiring police officers like you would hire a you know,
any other
employee. And, you know, they're going through that. They may get, you know, 5, 10 candidates. You know, some are going out and they're trying to recruit officers and seek a lateral transfer. And so there are incentives. Some departments are offering bonuses. You know, there's a lot of ideas out there in terms of how to go out and attract and recruit individuals. So we've talked about some of those, and we may have to employ some of those, but we have a union. We've worked with the union to try to, you know, come up with a hiring policy that really makes sense. But we certainly, you know, it's not working, and we have to go back and we have to just understand we have to fill these positions. So we're going to have to take some steps to address some of these challenges.
So can I just suggest then you recognize, I don't know the accuracy of it, you seem to be recognizing where the work needs to be done, so if that's renegotiating something or doing something, then do it, right?
Please.
Do it, and come back to us and tell us what you need.
Sure.
Right? I'm saying it to empower you, to not, like do it. But it sounds like, look, we know that we had to negotiate in the context of leaving civil service, and there's a rather complicated public document as to what the union negotiated with the town relative to the hiring practice of leaving civil service. Is extremely more complicated than the one that the fire department negotiated. So we know that it's complicated. I don't pretend to understand it, and I can't speak to the needs, I know nothing about it. But if that needs to be simplified, because we, you know, need to find a better path, then let's do it. Let's figure out what that means, because I think we all agree, and you agree as well, that quicker is better as long as we're getting better.
Now, how does the section with sergeants and lieutenants, are we also hiring lieutenants, or is it just sergeants?
We're promoting.
Promoting
Yep.
sergeants. And how long has that process been going on?
That's been going on for several months as well. That has a timeline.
And was that renegotiated? Is that part of it too? Because if we're
That was-
promoting people, I'm guessing we're promoting from within, promote.
Yeah.
Right? And why does that take so long?
Because they involve assessment centers and schedules and all, you know.
So maybe explain is the promotion process similar in many respects, because there's a test, there's an assessment center, there's interviews, but maybe just help us understand that.
So there's an exam, and then there's an assessment center, and then a chief's interview, and then a recommendation.
So who ultimately makes the decision?
I do.
Okay, thanks.
Would it be fair for you to come back next time, just with the plan, the timeline, kind of any improvements, short-term, long-term, you know, not the whole plan, but at least give us some visibility about, or what are we talking about
So I think
here?
I would just ask you to think about that before doing it, because if it's going to be a negotiation,
Well,
that may not
I'm not
be.
talking about the negotiation part, and just, given the constraints you have, whatever you can do right now, the pool we have, just setting expectations. Are
Sure.
we talking about potentially in 1 month or 2 months, we might hire 1 or 2 people, or is it gonna be 6 months? You know, just some sense.
See, I'll have to, I have to have those interviews. They have to get to me.
And then
I understand that. Assuming the pool yields, qualified candidates, that would be the assumption, but.
And then do we have timing as to when the next academy would be starting? Because, I mean, obviously, that's a factor
I
as
do.
well.
I do have those dates. But again, I'm concerned about those dates, but the most important concern is finding a qualified person. And so, like, if we don't hit that date, I'm not gonna just try to put somebody in so we can hit that date,
Well, I know you're saying there's one here, but if you even said there was just 2 here, and they're qualified and they're good candidates, I would hate to say, well, I need a bigger pool.
Yeah.
This is very, very frustrating. I've been sitting here now for over a year, and I can't believe that this is so hard. And I just hope that you and the chief can sit down and get this figured out very quickly. And if it means putting things on MMA or, running PT tests on every Saturday, whatever.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should do, a few things differently, and I'm gonna work to try to address that. I think we're at a point now, we have to get this done.
So is there something about the current process specifically, in the actual process, that you think you would suggest that we do? Never mind the efficiency of the process. Is there something, the process is public, it's a public document, we all know what the process was. Is there something specifically you're finding concerning?
No, well, I haven't sat down and really looked at it and I don't even know, up until now, I didn't even know what's going on here. And now, and just even hear that there's one candidate that's been forwarded, what troubles me is the length of time it's taking here. And that there's another group of candidates who tested on the second time, and that other group of candidates hasn't even been processed or interviewed. This is mind-boggling to me. The job's not getting done.
I know. Frustrating to me, too.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. It's frustrating too. I'm
Right.
also frustrated that, if we're doing promotions, that it's taking so long to do promotions. I'm just not sure if this length of time needs to be as long as it is. So, I don't know, maybe bring the chief in here and maybe he can explain, maybe you and the chief could sit down and come up with a better timeline. I don't know, I just want to see people hired.
Yeah, so I think it's safe to know there are things that we're not talking about or we're not saying right now, and there's parties, and I'm going to say it because Sean's not going to say it. Because Sean would never, Sean's very careful about what he says and doesn't say, and I guess I'm less careful about this. There's a negotiated agreement that has a process, and that process, I'm going to say from what we're hearing, and again, we're not in the hiring process.
Right.
We just want results. You're the hiring process, and
Right.
most importantly, the hiring process, results aren't filling seats. We know a bad hire is worth,
Right.
does much more damage. It's
Right.
not filling seats. It's
Right.
filling the seats with the right people.
Right.
Right? And so I hear you, but I'm just saying that there's a process that's not working, that's somewhat a byproduct of negotiation. It also may be just because of personalities, it may just be because of those things. Whatever it is, it doesn't all fall on your shoulders, except when we talk to you, it does fall on your shoulders because you're the one accountable to us, right? But we understand that there's complexities to it. And you're being very, and I really appreciate it, and I don't think you get enough credit. You're sitting here just saying, I hear you, and not saying this. I'm going to say it. There's more people involved. And in the private sector, there wouldn't be more people involved, but this is different. The public unions have negotiated certain rights that give them certain things at the table that in the private sector, we may not find understandable or logical, but that's okay. We're not in that sector. You are in that sector, and you just need to, if we need to renegotiate and tell us what that means and what we can do to support to do that, because at the end of the day, we want to.
Is it really an issue of the negotiation, or is it just that because this is a first time around, we don't have really clear deadlines, or maybe HR should be involved in how to facilitate? had.
Yeah, so I think, so I don't.
So I don't want to
do have
vilify
my-
the union
No,
or
no,
the
no,
negotiation.
I'm with you, and,
Oh.
no, this is not even on the agenda, so we can't get into a 15 more minute agreement, but look at, it's not on the agenda, but the reality is this, I have, only because I share the concern about the speed, so I have looked at it, and I think it's the byproduct of multiple things.
Okay.
I think as though, again, not to compare police and fire, look at recruiting police officers is a lot harder this day and age than fire. I'll concede that point. But I have also seen the efforts. I've seen the background, because I've asked for it, of what each are doing. And without criticizing any of them, I think there's more we can be doing, right, on that. So that's doing it. But I think the biggest impediment is, I'm going to say this, I'm guessing there's not satisfaction that we are getting the quality and type of candidates that make the town administrator want to act quickly. I'm going to say it, because that is the logical extension. So we've got to go figure that out and improve the quality, and if that's recruitment, if that's bonuses, if that's, and whatever tools are, you haven't come yet to ask us for anything. But the HR director is not really, is only somewhat tangentially. The interview process, the PAT is, again, a combination of the police department and the union and the chief and doing things. So we just need you to come back and tell us what you need from us, Sean, to fix this.
I will do that. I do want to just mention, Dave, you asked about the police academy. We have a police academy scheduled for June 17th at Linfield. We have a academy for September 13th at Northern Essex. These slots do fill up. Again, that's not driving the bus, but we do keep those in mind, because we do want to have candidates that can be put into these academies. These academies, do take time, and it's, it takes a lot of time to get them through that process and get them into the positions. That said, I will circle back around with the chief, and we will come back and we will have a few conversations. We talk regularly about this, and I shared before you got into the room, Chief, it's a joint priority for us to get these positions filled.
So I'm just reluctant. I'm just going to say this for my own purposes. This is a personnel process that you just need to get right. I do not believe us continuing to err and be in the nitty-gritty of what you're doing to create this process is appropriate. It is always hyper-political.
Agreed.
And it's counterproductive. You just need to show results. And if you need something from us, then I expect that, I'm just speaking me to you, I expect that you would come and say, we need this, I need, whether it's funding, I need contract approved, something like that. But I don't believe this should be a lingering public conversation, because I just feel it's just inherently a political conversation. And I know that, again, unions are reaching out and people, hearing stuff, and that happens, as much as I find it distasteful, but we can't contribute by making it public. So I would just ask you to come back, please, and solve it. So we don't have to have the conversation. Again, that's just me to you.
Anything else?
We're in select board time.
Yeah, we're on select board time.
Select board time. Great.
We didn't get there yet.
I have something. I'll make it brief.
Go ahead.
In the discussions that we've been having about all the wonderful things that happened in the last 2 weekends, including Memorial Day and our Pride festivities, I don't know if we mentioned the rainbow crosswalks that have been painted around town. And one of the reasons I feel it's really important for me to mention it is because kids, adults, visitors are using these sidewalks every single day. And they're a welcome mat, right? That says, we're here, we're inclusive, we're diverse, and we are recognizing that we're not all the same, but we're all in this community together, and we love and appreciate each other. And they're a wonderful talking point for parents to kids. They're a wonderful talking point. I mean, I can't tell you how many conversations I heard walking the kids home from school. Look at these sidewalks, parents telling kids what they mean, and they mean something different to everyone. But, neighbors and friends who have parents who are both male or both female, and the amount of pride they feel to see those things, it's innumerable. So I just want to scream it from the rooftops how proud I am that we did it and how amazing it is. And God, I always get so emotional when I talk about these things. But it's just so important because it is the fabric of what makes our community what it is. And it is just a physical representation that people are every day reminded that it's important to be thinking about these things in everything you do, in everything you say, in the way you act, in the way you treat people, in the way you are treated. And they should be here all year.
Katie, I want to thank the DPW department. I'm so glad you brought that up because the idea was presented to me by a Swampscott teacher, and I wasn't sure we could mobilize fast enough, and I worked with Gino Cresta, and, you know, they had to go out and get a bunch of different paints, and it was more complicated than, you know, you want to hear about, but they were able to go out, and we had to get some spray paint for some colors and some different things, and the hope was that it would just be a surprise, and people would wake up and just see it and wonder what, why, and ask those questions. And I know I certainly don't want to surprise the board, but I wanted to kind of just have it be a question in the town. And I wanted people to look at it and say, why is the crosswalk rainbow? Why is that? Because I think the answer to that question opens up our humanity. And whether it's a good answer or a bad answer, it's something that we can all, you know, really start to understand. And we've got to get into that, you know, mindfulness and thought process. So I wouldn't have happened without our Department of Public Works and the individuals that were out there making it happen. It was raining that week, so we had to, like, you know, schedule around that, but I'm so glad it happened.
Me too. Thank you.
I have one thing on mission. So I appreciate that you have been overseeing and helping kind of the reopening. But I really would like to understand two things in particular. One, which was, I understand they had a structural assessment of their wall. Do we have a copy of a report from a certified engineer that confirms that the remaining portions of their wall are sound? And the reason this is particularly important is that if you drive by the ramp, which is where the trucks have been going down, you can see a bunch of legal postings. And one of the postings is a letter from the Department of Environmental Protection notifying the owners of Mission on the Bay that they failed to obtain necessary permits to build this building in the first instance. And the permit in particular is the Chapter 91 permit. And what the Chapter 91 permit, amongst many things that they would look at, was the soundness of the wall. And the fact that the applicant built the construction and the foundations using their words, if I'm reading it correctly in the paper, which is they cantilevered the foundation so that it didn't get near the wall, shows you that it makes me concerned that they went to great lengths to not touch the wall, which means not repair the wall, which means there's still a very significant portion of that wall that sits there. And I find it hard to believe that just one portion is vulnerable and not the entirety. And so I look to that PE stamp on a plan that says that, and I would expect that they aren't opening without that. We are very fortunate no one was walking on that beach. But we're now going to reopen it, and we should because it's public space, and the vast majority of that wall sits untouched, and now we have a temporary solution for the portion that was touched. And so the second thing, in addition to the PE stamp on a letter certifying to the town that it's sound, the second thing, and again, we don't have control over this, I'm just giving you my suggestions. The second thing is the permanent plan. How long can this temporary plan, it sounds like they're going to need to go through the state and the Chapter 91 license, and that does take time. But what assurances do we have that the permanent plan will ultimately get done? And we're not sitting here with just, again, an exploding liability and no recourse on it. And so you don't need to answer what you know tonight, but you don't need to answer. It feels now, having the benefit of seeing DEP's letter saying that they didn't get the necessary environmental permits, and which would have included the seawall, tells us that this wasn't done right, not by the town. I'm not putting it, and again, many towns don't, as a building permit application, know Chapter 91 or trigger that. So I'm not being critical of the town in this. But I am now that we do know this, what are we doing? Again, I want them to be successful. I want all the people to be employed. I want people to enjoy it. And so it's not about that at all, but it has to be done safely. And I'm just very concerned that we see a problem, fix a problem, but we're not seeing the rest of the potential problem. And we don't have, to me, a certification to the town stamped by a professional engineer that that wall is sound. So to me is the minimum necessary for that restaurant to reopen, because we need to reopen our beach, and it's just no one should ever have to worry about it. And someone's going to start climbing on the rocks now that we have a rock wall as opposed to a sheer wall. Kids and people in low tide are going to go over there and start climbing the rocks, which we haven't even begun to deal with the issues surrounding that, right? And so this temporary solution has to be temporary.
So Peter, I appreciate all those points. I've been clear in, local papers about having a engineer stamp a design that ensures that wall system, that temporary wall system will be safe. I've talked to our building commissioner about this, and I've talked to the owner of Mission on the Bay, and I've told them that, this is a temporary design. We are not going to have riprap on public space. The public deserves that beach, and, we need a timeline. That wall will be inspected monthly. We will certainly, establish some timelines. They've already hired and engaged an engineering firm to design the permanent repair, and they are working with the Chapter 91 program and the state regulatory agencies.
So they're saying they're publicly opening in 2 days.
Yeah.
Have they provided you, that's great about the future wall. I'm asking, and the temporary wall. I'm asking predominantly about the majority of the remaining wall, which sits there untouched today. Do we have a letter certifying to the town, stamped by a professional engineer, that speaks to the stability of that wall that's there today, telling us that?
I do not have a letter yet from their structural engineer. I expect to have it tomorrow.
Okay, well, that's, I'm just going to, fine, great. They feel as though they're opening on the 9th, which means that they've talked to the town enough to feel as though they're opening on the 9th to proclaim it from the rooftop like they quite literally have, right? But that shouldn't be the inertia which gets them to open. What the inertia to get them to open is doing the right thing and making sure that we're sure the walls are where they are, because, again, I'm less concerned. An empty building can fall into the ocean if no one's sitting in the ocean at the time, but a filled building, people on the beach, I mean, we were just lucky, and lucky is a really bad strategy. So I'm just.
I hear you.
Okay.
Can they open up if the state is posting that they can't open up?
If you read this.
It has nothing to do with, we issue the occupancy.
No, but the state, so the answer is the state hasn't done a cease and desist. From reading the letter, it's a letter that just says, look, now you're on the clock. You have to get us a filing. You have to go through the process after the fact, a remedial filing to do this. But this is the exact type of thing. And again, I'm not even sure of the jurisdiction of DEP, but DEP's letter said they have jurisdiction. So I'm going on DEP's letter on that. But it's the type of thing. It just speaks to how confident are we about the condition of the wall. And that's honestly all I care about. And then secondarily, I hope they're wildly successful, right? But it's the wall to me. And I don't sit here and I don't know everything. The public doesn't know everything, but I want us to be able to exude confidence because we have reason to be confident, not because we think it's smart to be confident, that they're going to reopen existing, not just the repaired stuff, but the stuff that hasn't been touched is safe. And I just don't know a professional engineer that's going to say, that was bad, but all this is perfectly fine, because they haven't touched anything except what fell. And I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't know a professional engineer that, without getting in there and actually testing moisture content and getting behind the wall and doing those things, would put a stamp on it, because they just fixed literally what fell down, nothing else. And there's no way that just what fell down. Again, my novice opinion here, but I can't get professional engineers to do a lot of things on my jobs because of things like this. And it's just hard pressed to believe that we're getting it. If we get it, that's awesome. I'm not looking to second guess their expertise. I just want to make sure we did the right things.
Appreciate that, Peter.
Thank you.
So as far as select board time, anything else?
Yeah, so I just want to go over with just a couple things. Number one, which is very, very important, tomorrow at DPW from 4 to 6, we have the rabies clinic.
Oh, yeah.
So
I wish I had a dog to bring to the rabies.
bring your dog, your cat, Carl.
Bearded dragon.
Bearded dragon.
Yeah, thank you for helping organize that every year, Mary Ellen.
You're welcome. I'd like to see an executive session next week for concerning ERAC, or as quickly as we can do this.
Okay.
And as far as, I just wanted, at the assessor's office, I told them I would, the Board of Assessors, I told them to report back that all of the abatements are completed. They have new software coming in. They've signed an agreement with Patriot Properties, and they're beginning to do some of the work that they had outlined, mainly reviewing the neighborhoods. By reviewing neighborhoods, you can tweak a few things.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I had two things. So I really think that we need to look at a few different things in town that are big projects, and I just want to talk about them really briefly here, at 10:03 at night. So I think we need to look at our charter. I think we need to look at and have a charter review committee. I think the last time we looked at it might have been when Samuel Pittman wrote the initial charter.
No.
And, no, I'm kidding. It was 2016, but a lot of other towns and municipalities, they're looking at their charter every 5 years. So I think the time is now, and today, we heard from Nancy Schultz with the Historic Commission, to talk about historic preservation, to talk about affordable housing. This board and previous iterations of this board, we've invested in open space. I think the time is now to have a conversation about community preservation and the CPA in Swampscott. So I think we should be getting those on future agendas and starting to assemble those committees and really thinking broadly about charter review within town and having funding mechanisms, recurring revenue sources for our affordable housing trust, so we can continue to invest in affordable housing, historic preservation, and open space. And that's all I have for select board time now, so to be continued. So with that, I will entertain a motion to
So
adjourn.
moved.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Night, everybody.
Good night.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.